Welcome to the Fluff by Your Entertainment System. I am Echobyte, and here's Citizen Sleeper. It's a TTRPG in the realm of something like Disco Elysium. It's very existential and about self-actualization, and definitely speaks to us as a system. It's a great game. We've played it off stream at least once. Thornbite had done it, and now I'm going to do it, but on stream this time. But probably won't play it all at once. It was like at least 8 hours to beat it once. We'll see how far I can get today. But you'll also be. But this is also just to say you'll be seeing more of me because our schedule is changing, and I'm gonna be back on the rotation again. So hi, I'm Echobyte. I use he and they pronouns. Thank you very much. How you doing, Noel? Happy Saturday. Hope your weekend's going good. So I have a few options for my starting character class. Operator. An operator works with drones and high-precision remote machines to perform complex tasks from a distance. Sleepers assigned to operator work are usually cerebral and precise people. I guess this would be the default, kind of. It's the class that's on a lot of the artwork. There is Extractor. Extractors work on resource extraction, often in hard vacuum environments. Sleepers assigned to Extractor work are often confident, self-sufficient, and have a high level of endurance. Oh, there's only 2 classes. No, there's 3. The Machinist, or the Machinist. The Machinist repairs and modifies automated systems used in industrial resource extraction. Sleepers assigned to Machinists are usually diligent, careful, and structured. Operator is the starting one because it's in the middle. Perk, photosynthetic skin, sunbathe. This action allows energy recovery at home. Perk, transfer intercept. Chance to gain cryo on interface actions. And perk, efficient extractor. Chance to gain random scrap item on engineer actions. The operator speaks the most to me. But I know that's what Thorn started with, so I'm kind of like, maybe something else. Plus, you can always, how you put it, develop into whatever specification you want. I think I'm gonna do the Machinist. +1 to work with machines and physical tools. Alright, but I'm gonna have to learn how to approach problems head on. Good morning, Specchio. Yeah, it's been a long time. It's been hard to find time. We've been doing a lot, and are still doing a lot. I forgot how cute you look, Echo. Well, I guess I'll never let you forget again. Hello? Hey. The first thing you become aware of is... The first thing you become aware of on waking is the disconnect. The delay between thinking and feeling. Between wanting to act and acting. Minor, almost imperceptible, but always present. I think I want to turn down the... That drone is part of the ambience. The first thing you become aware of on waking is the disconnect. The delay between thinking and feeling, between wanting to act and acting. Minor, almost imperceptible, but always present. I'm in the unknown. I don't know where I am. It's at its worst when waking, when yourself has spent many dark hours recalling what it felt like to be real, to be a person, to be in a body that was indisputably yours. Think of that body. A leap into a cold lake on a hot day, the sting of blood welling from a fresh wound. The friction of a fingertip. All of a sudden, the memories are closer than you thought, blurring as you approach, until you can't tell one from the other. The cold slips in, behind and around you, and the sensations fade out of reach. Perhaps you should be thankful for the dulled nature of this new body, given your current circumstances. The walls of the container feel immediately present, cold, hard, at your back and face, cramping your limbs. You resist the desire to stretch, knowing that the claustrophobia comes next, and retreat a little further from your central nervous system. It isn't painful, not like you used to know pain, at least. In emergency mode, pain is a message delivered with efficiency and ease, a reminder that harm is imminent. There is no insistent throb, no trembling nerves, just a warning delivered with the banal quality of a digital notification. Right now, there are thousands of them. Remember the others. You remember there were 10 of you. 10 that can no longer stand the indentured work, the routines, the slow decay. 10 whose belief in their promised future was slowly dismantled day by day until they realized they had sold away everything that could and would ever matter. 10 that would escape, or at least die trying. Some were lost in the shaft, others never found the meeting point, only a few made it to the containers. But the freighter? As far as you know, left. That feels like enough. Enough to know that you might no longer be on that grim and heartless rock. Even if, in the airless hold of a freighter, you might freeze solid long before reaching any destination. Wait for the cold. That's all there is now. It's been a long time since you left. Surely weeks, maybe months. You're dully aware of damage to your legs. Your right arm? You've been reserving energy as much as possible, but your body is still needed to shut down many of its systems to protect you. You've spent much of that time asleep, knowing that anything else would be impossible to endure. You feel the weight of the impossibility begin to gather. It's time to sleep again, to indulge this false body into inducing delta waves in your emulated mind, and once again recoil into a dream of when you were once a person. Time passes, the cold creeps further in. You feel something. Warmth. Not true warmth, but the indication of its presence. Your joints release from their rigor. Sound too, everywhere, screeching and shimmering so loud that your body ducks your hearing to protect its sensors. Then light, white as the cold, softer and softer, until in a haze of dirty yellow, a figure appears. You are out. Good morning. Nice to see you, Sauce. How was your Friday? How was everybody's Friday, actually? We're feeling kinda out of sorts because of our, latest COVID booster. So we mostly just laid down and slept and listened to video essays. Yeah, was it like the infinite darkness of unconsciousness is a big theme in both Disco Elysium and Citizen Sleeper's intro. Happy Saturday, Kraken. Wow, everyone's coming out today. Good afternoon or morning. I'm on Dragos. I'm with Dragos? Pragmatic Salvager. It's been a few hours since Dragos pulled you from the container. You sit huddled in a corner of his scrapyard, swaddled in the reflective folds of a mylar blanket. You're slowly coming back to consciousness, back to life. You stare at the ornately curving element of an improvised heater. You're surrounded by angular, incoherent lumps of ships, some corroded beyond recognition, others still carrying glassy wounds along their edges where a plasma arc sliced them apart. As you trace their shapes with fogged eyes, you hear a voice. So, Sleeper, you thawed out yet? Never seen one of you come in like this. New frames must have better perseverance in Sub-Zero vac. You've seen more than a few. I've seen more than a few you frozen solid to hull plates or inside out of locks in my time. They weren't so lucky. Dragos comes into focus, shrouded in their makeshift tech. His headset with his glinting eyes, the mark of a drone operator. On his shoulder, one of his symbiotically linked drones perches, its irising eye locking you with an unflinching stare. Last living sleeper that came through this yard was a while ago. They didn't last long. You struggle to read his expression beneath the tech, but he seems lost in memory for a moment. Or perhaps he's just figuring out what to do with you. What happened to them? He ignores your question. I won't ask what led you to it. To sell yourself to a corporation. I suppose you know you can't go back. Your old body, that's theirs now. And you were just software. A rogue emulation illegally possessing corporate property. You nod along. You remember biometrically signing the forms, the cold floor on your feet as you padded to the sleeper cells, the promise of a life off-world. But as you do, you get the now familiar sensation of these aren't your memories. These are things you know, but not things you feel. You are no longer that person. You're an offshoot, a copy. What you won't know is what's ahead of you. At least, the last one didn't. There's no easy way to put it. That body of yours is falling apart. It's the same for any sleeper who makes it out of SNR and wants to is what happens to any sleeper who makes it out. SN Corp wants to protect their property, but if they can't keep a hold of you, well, then no one can. You remember that too, at least rumors of it from the other sleepers. Planned obsolescence, a built-in dependence on the regularly administered supplements that were part of your routine. Stop taking them and your body begins to shut down, separate from your emulated mind. How long has it been? How long do you have? But for now, sleeper, you're one of the lucky ones. Dragos glances up and away towards the glassy dome of the yard. The eye is the blessed place you could be right now. The eye? The station. You'll see soon enough. Dragos impatiently shifts his weight. Look, I've got things to be getting on with. He trails off. There's an old freight container I've been using as storage here on the stacks. We haven't been pulling in much valuable scrap these days, so you're welcome to it. Something wells up inside you. Emotion. Fatigue. You shakily get to your feet. Alright, you head on up there. You look like you need some rest. And with that, Drago stalks back into the Rex, his drones already converging on a rusting Hulk. Plasma flashes silhouetting his spindly figure as he returns to work. Thank you, I like my model too. But I have a VTuber model that'll be ready relatively soon. I'm really excited on. But do love blinking and wiggling my ears. Noelle, your father was a hamster, your mother stank of elderberries. Oh, yeah, you should be excited, Specky. This game is, like, very communist. And pretty queer. Goat. Is goat. Welcome to Airland's Eye. Life on the Eye runs in cycles, during which you can talk to characters, explore areas of the station, and perform actions. At the end of each cycle, you need to head to your current home to rest. Resting will move time forward on the station. Head to the empty container location to rest and end the cycle now. Empty container. I can kinda tilt it. All cycles need to end. Rest and prepare for the next one. Four steel walls. Container. You wake up curled up in the corner of the container and begin slowly assembling the world around you. After all this time, you still find this body, the one you wake in now, strange and disjointed. Its message is readable, but somehow wrong. You sit up, pulling the mylar blanket close against the cold. Here you are, on this ruined station, millions of miles from anyone you know. Are you still in the system? Did any of the others make it out? It's impossible to know. After all this, what matters? Getting answers. It all matters. The past is impossible to escape if it remains a blur. What SNR did to you cannot be forgotten. You need a way of understanding all this before you can move on. Where are you? What is this place? What happened to the others? The questions outnumber the answers. You want to change that, but you'll have to learn to survive first. Dragos has left a few comforts in the container. The mylar blanket, the bedroll you sleep on, a canister of water, a makeshift electric stove, and some faded satchels of some dissected powder. You thumb the power stud of the stove and begin to boil the water. The containers of the sachets smell like damp wood, and you sprinkle them into the liquid. As the pungent smell washes over you, images from your restless sleep come back to you. A ring like the station, but skeptical and ghostly. A web of threads pulling at your skin. A constellation of bright and polygonal shapes, like angular suns, burning into your mind. Have a good one, Noelle. There's something unpleasantly visceral about these images, and it is long after you finish drinking before you begin to fade. You tidy away the stove as best you can and try to gather enough energy to greet the day. Tutorial: Condition, Action Dice, and Energy. 1. Condition. Your condition represents the current state of your artificial body. It depletes by one segment each cycle, but can also be damaged by violence, injury, or lack of food. If your condition bar empties, you will suffer a breakdown. You'll have to figure out how to recover your condition, now that you no longer have access to corporate pharmaceuticals that were keeping you alive. Action Dice. At the start of each cycle, you'll roll your action dice. These dice can be used to perform actions on the station. The number of dice rolled is based on your current condition. The worse your condition is, the fewer dice you have. Once you've used your dice, you cannot take any further actions and must rest to recover them, ending the current cycle. 3. Energy. You need to eat to survive. This is represented by your energy bar. You can refill your energy bar by eating, but first you need to find somewhere to get food. Your energy depletes by 2 segments each cycle. If it becomes empty, you will be starving. When starving, energy loss becomes condition loss, and your condition will deplete at a double rate per cycle. That would be bad. Dragos is standing in a corner when you come up to the container. When you close up the container. He's still wearing his headset, and the harsh light at the corridor you realize is implanted. A drone sits on his shoulder, its cache of sensor eyes rapidly irising. How are you feeling? Not good. The drone chirps. Drago nods. You notice that beneath the operator's rig, his skin is marked by burns and blotches. None of the container isn't much, but it'll keep you safe. He pauses. So, I'm not gonna chit-chat too long. You well enough to work? Sure. Alright then, he nods. At the yard, it's simple stuff. We hack these old holes down, sell them off to the shipyards or the bright market dealer for cryo. Occasionally, we pull out some tech, something with a bit more value, but most of it comes up as scrap. It's hard to find good hands here, but I figure as a sleeper, you'll be used to the manual labor. And obviously, I'll slip you a few chits in commission based on what you turn up. Chits? These. He pulls out a handful of small metal bars. Air-walled cryo, isolated from the market. It's what we use for trade out here. He stuffs them back in a pocket. He stuffs his feet nervously. He shuffles his feet nervously. Look, I wouldn't usually do this. In my opinion, you best be suited moving on as quick as you can and sleep as well. But being the way that they are for me at the yard, I need the help. Happy to. Okay. He pauses, thinking of something else to add. Look, just come down to the yard when you're feeling fresher. There's plenty to do. He nods distractedly and turns and walks away, the drone hopping along ahead of him. See you later, he calls back. Looks like it's time to get to work. It was like, oh yeah, I just escaped slavery. Still gotta work and basically do the same thing I was doing when I was a slave. Isn't life just grand? I would almost call it irony, but it's just the way the world works. It's not ironic at all. Capitalism lacks a lot of poeticism. Actions are the primary way you interact with the world of Citizen Sleeper. To perform an action, select it with the D-pad. And then choose an action dice to assign. Repeatable action, hull dissection. Even though Rusty's hull can hide valuable components and materials. Input dice. Actions reward you with clock progress, energy, condition, or items depending on their outcome. There are 3 different types of outcome. Positive, the action goes better than expected. Neutral, the action succeeds. Negative, the action fails. Action dice affect these outcomes as follows. 100% chance for assists. A 5 is 50% chance positive, 50% neutral, so no chance of failure. A 3 and a 4 are 25% chance of positive, 50% chance of neutral, 25% chance of failure, and a 1 and a 2 are 50% chance neutral, 50% chance negative. Wow. Manual salvage. It's gonna take some time to sort and cut your way through the towers of salvage. Actions display information of their type, risk level, and skill, and modifiers that apply to action. Type 1. Either critical or repeatable. Critical actions can only be performed once. Risk. Either safe, risky, or danger. Safe. No loss of condition, energy, or cryo. Risky. Negative outcome means cryo or energy loss. Danger. Negative outcome means condition loss. Negative outcome can mean cryo or energy loss. The skill that this action requires Either engineer, interface, endure, intuit, or engage. Either -1, 0, +1, or +2. This is added to the action dice when slotted and improves its value. Some actions require a +1 to perform. A debt called in. Dragos is tied up in something ugly, and if he misses a payment or two, things can get nasty. Well, and then back in business. Every salvager knows they are always just one lucky haul away from their next payday. I can do a hull dissection or a manual salvage. I'm an engineer, so I do get a +1 to this, even though it's risky. I'll use a 4. And because of my +1, it becomes 5, so there's no chance of losing. Nice, nice. They don't call them wage slaves for nothing. Working. Tutorial clocks. Actions often progress clocks. Clocks are displayed below the actions to fill them, and they track your actions and how they affect the world. Filling a clock means something, good or bad, is about to happen. Some clocks, such as the one tracking Drago's debt, are cycle clocks. These clocks tick themselves once each cycle and can complete without player input. Any active cycle clocks will be displayed in the icon for that location. Drives and navigation. As a sleeper, you'll unlock drives as you discover more about yourself in the world. Drives guide you in pursuing specific objectives depending on which path you choose to take. You can track drives, and any track drive will place a yellow marker on locations that will help you pursue your goal. Access to your drive menu with this. You are now free to explore Irland's Eye and make a life for yourself here. Try tracking a drive to help you survive. Looking for food to keep your energy up and a way to recover condition. Build clocks to progress stories and find new opportunities. Remember to end cycle at your home when you're out of dice. Even the rustiest hull can have valuable components. Scroll or rotate the camera with buttons. Okay, last one. Whew. Okay, and the one dice just feels too risky, so... Oh, there's other places to go. It takes several cycles to reach the starboard belt and return, loaded with scrap from the old wrecks. So sometimes there'll be a ship there. Same thing here. Alright. Sleep now in the fire. Or I guess on the ice. This time you don't wake up. Instead, the ghost of the station, that shifting skeletal ring, surrounds you. For a moment you're gone, absent from your own body, stretched out across a colorless void. Then, the connections begin to establish themselves, threads tugging on the edge of your mind. These threads become vectors of exchange, and then extensions as you feel your thoughts slipping away down them, dissolving into millions of distributed nodes they connect to. You see the station. No. You feel the station, like a web of texture in a smooth black liquid. Observe. Even though you have no eyes, no sight, you see and feel the map of the station. No, not the map of the station, but the map of its connections. There's a looped cloud with spokes and spires that jut out into space. It is an ingrown thing full of obsolete loops and separate pathways. It is a system, a map, and a territory all at once. You notice a tugging feeling, a pulling at you, incessantly, as if it were a small child. Somehow, it is pulling you in two directions at once. You look down. All of a sudden, everything shuts off. You come back trembling into this unfamiliar body, both yours and not yours all at once. You find yourself standing in the container, eyes now open to the dark steel walls. You feel a change within you. A shift. You close your eyes for a second and you feel it waiting there. The station splayed out across your mind, a storm of connective nodes waiting to be explored. And then it is gone. I'm starving. Find a doctor. You need to access corporate pharmaceuticals, otherwise this escape attempt will come to a rapid end. Bright market. Ask for directions. Explore the market. The smells, sounds, and the buzzing activity of the bright market makes it a dizzying place to wander, but an enticing one too. Hopefully nothing bad happens to me. Oh, local knowledge. You manage to follow the flow of the people, and you start to appreciate, even enjoy, the chaotic layer of the markets. Oh, hello. Can I not choose anything? There we go. Slum Doctor. Next comes the call from the enforcer at the door. You shuffle down the flickering hallway towards the open apartment door. You keep your head down and your shoulders high in the queue, trying not to bring attention to yourself. You were thankful for the tip-off that a doctor was operating out of this place, but now that you're here, you aren't so sure. The gang enforcer on the door, the flickering light strips, the decaying hat block, they have all made the long queue a test of your nerve. But your options are few, and without a supply of stabilizer, this body, your body will... You suppress a shiver and shuffle forward to the front of the queue. You find something to distract yourself. Look at the enforcer. The enforcer is looking down the corridor and you dare to glance at him. His purpose is unmistakable. He's there to intimidate, to threaten, and if necessary, carry out those threats. His broad shoulders are framed with a metal exoskeleton, a couple of mirror-like implants set below his eyes like mercury teardrops, subsidiary sense inputs, or aesthetic markers. You can't be sure. You also aren't familiar with the geometric blade-like tattoo on his arm, but you make a note of it. You avert your eyes while he looks back at the queue. After a few moments, a figure pushes through the doorway and you glance at a distant and you catch a distant voice. Send the next one in, Toshiro. The enforcer jerks his head and you slip inside, passing through the dark entryway and pushing through the plastic sheeting on the far door. The room beyond is bathed in warm light. A floor-to-ceiling transparent panel gives you a full view of the bright market's sealed roof and the buzzing traffic above, and for a moment, you're transfixed by the motion. Come, sit, calls a sharp voice, and you see a silhouetted figure turning away, replacing the plastic sheeting over the frame of a simple folding bed. You make your way across the room. The figure turns, and as they do, you see an expression of confusion flash across their features. They open their mouth as if to speak. They blink and then quickly regain their composure. Please sit. They gesture to the bed. They turn to the open case of tools on the table. You sit. Sabine turns, a compact diagnostic scanner of some kind in their hand. They hold it to their eye. Remain still, please. Their tone is clipped and businesslike. You stare ahead, still dazed from their expression when you first entered. Fear. Recognition. Sadness. Unmistakably etched across their face. How long have you been on the station? Oh, I just realized that there's all been they-them pronouns for this person. How long have you been on this station? They ask, the scanner still to their eye. They lower the scanner and meet your eye. You can talk. They glance towards the doorway. I know the conditions aren't ideal, but I need you to be honest with me. They make the adjustments to the scanner. Or you can leave. They set the diagnostic scanner on the table. I'm going to start by assuming you don't know anything. They take up your arm and roll up your sleeve, inspecting your synthetic skin. Your body is dying. They say it without ceremony, without drama, but not without empathy. Corp doesn't like to see its proprietary technology let loose. To prevent bodies like yours, frames as they call them, from being stolen, repurposed, or in your case, escaping, they have a built-in process of so-called planned obsolescence. Frames decay rapidly when not regularly injected with stabilizer, one which Corp remains the sole producer of. They look up. Sound familiar? How do you know this? They shift in their seat. You aren't the first sleeper I've encountered. You wait for more, but they go back to their inspection. They swap to your other arm, running some thin metal device under your skin. You feel your forearm tremble. I'm sorry, Sabine says, and you're unsure if they mean for the cold touch of the metal or for everything else. Emulations like you, sleepers as most people know them, aren't classified as people in any of the surrogate systems. You have no rights, no status. They focus hard on the inspection of your arm, and Corp has no reason to release stabilizer into the market. Sabine looks up as if to apologize again, but they stop themselves. I know little of this is of use to you. They turn away, disassembling the metal instrument and cleaning it. Silence fills the room as Sabine works, and then the silence gives way to tension. You stare at their back, willing them to say something. Anything. Sabine turns to face you. I may be able to help. They sigh, and you see the darkness under their eyes, hear the fatigue in their voice. They gesture to the door. You saw Toshiro outside. You nod. He works for my benefactor. They're influential and low-end. They give me the space to work, run the door, take the profits. At the same time, I have to fix up their enforcers, tend to their implants, and sew up their wounds. They look away. But Yadigan has connections. Smugglers from the Star Wars Belt. Mercenaries working for the corporations on Ember. If they can source a stabilizer, maybe you'll have a better chance. Sabine sets down their slate, their notes complete. This is dangerous, and it'll be expensive. But I think we can do it. Why help me? Sabine walks away to the window, their face dappled by the shadows of passing drones. Let's just see if it works first. I'll let you know when I have a lead. You nod and leave, Sabine still staring out unmoving. When you reach the lower level of the market, you look back up through the panels of the roof to see if you can see their face, but the room looks dark against the lights of the market. You duck down your head and walk off into the crowd. Low-end gate. Need Sissy Cryo, I only have 45. Sourcing stabilizer. That will go on automatically. Might as well work on what I do best. At least it's a 3. Now I have 60. Low end gaggy. Now I can go further in. Low end. Block maintenance. Maintained by their residents, the ramshackle blocks are always in need of repairs. Helping out is a good way to make friends. Might as well. My last one. Whew. No one knows you here. You'll need to change that if you want access to the low-end's residents and facilities. Well, that's all my dice for today. Actually, playing this on controller isn't so bad. Yeah, it's a space station. Again, the skeletal ring of the station fills your mind. It sparkles with glittering lights, like stars reflected in a winter lake. It is clearer, crisper than before. The threads still pull, but you remain in place, flickering in the flow. Between the threads, you see bright shapes, cachets of shimmering light beneath transparent crystal forms. You follow the path of a thread across the ring, through these forms, then leap off into the void. You begin to understand. There are nodes and connections, a map of information, of communication. There's so many layers, so many loops that it seems almost impossible to parse. But you begin to try. Focus on the nodes. The nodes are glassy, bright, but in all this flow, the only solid and fixed points. You approach one, a pyramid, or a triangle? Dimensions are difficult here, and lean close to it. Inside, shifting layers conceal a tangle of threads. But before you can glimpse any further, the glass hardens, cutting you off. The passages and puzzle boxes. There's so much here, so many answers, so many questions. All you need to do is follow the paths and open the boxes. You look out across this ghost landscape of exchange and see an opportunity. But then that incessant tugging again, pulling at you. You look down again and see 2 lines, 2 threads pulling in different directions, as if they were tied around you. The second thread leads in, pulling you deep into the station. Your gaze follows it, and this time you see something. A sphere shimmering with a strange angular body. A pulse shoots out from it, passing over you like a torch beam. Tasing you. Testing you. Tasting you. Oh, is this gonna be like Cybervore? The first thread leads out, away from the station, into the inky black. Someone out there is tracking you, hunting you, following the thread to you. They're in a ship, and the ship is approaching even closer with each cycle. You open your eyes. Time is short. Hunted. Someone out there is tracking me, following my trail. It won't be long before they arrive. Tutorial, the cloud. Something has changed inside you. You can now access the data cloud of the eye, a network of decaying protocols and data caches. While you can use dice and items to access systems and extract data, but be careful, these networks are old and strange. Still need to eat. That sucked. You arrive into a buzz of activity at the yard. Red blinking lights flash across a vast dark shape, suspended below the dome. They flicker across the scorched hull plates and bent structure, spilling from holes in a twisted shape. The cutter is huge. It has been torn apart in some violent encounter. She's a beauty, isn't she? Drago stands to the side, focused on the hulking ship as it is lowered into the heart. She is. I should thank you. This place was on its last legs when you turned up. And now look at this. The ship descends slowly, its interior visible through the multiple hull breaches. You struggle to gather the same enthusiasm as Drago's for the monstrous craft. You can't help but think of what became of its crew. Believe it or not, I managed to convince our salvager friend to give it to me on credit. He glances at you. The ship creaks like a claving iceberg as it reaches the base of the yard. Dragos is visibly excited. I know I said you shouldn't stick around, but I'm gonna need some help with this one. The drones start to crawl over the hulk, their lights illuminating flashes of dented hull. Watching, you wonder if you arrived in a similar fashion, locked inside that container. The wreck of SN ARP freighter lowered into the yard like a corpse ready to be butchered? Or was the container delivered to Dragos on its own, a womb for your rebirth into this strange station? You shudder. Perhaps if you could learn something about this ship, you might be able to trace the path that led you to this yard. Drago squeezes your shoulder. After these past cycles, I think we're up to it. What do you think? You see the fading name of the ship emblazoned on the side. Winter Light. Let's do it. He claps you on the back. Glad to hear it. Come back in the field, we can make a start. A real beauty, Dragos repeats, perhaps just to himself. You take one last look at the shattered ship as the drones start cutting, and then slip out of the yard, feeling suddenly cold in the empty passage. Oh, I got an upgrade point. You've completed your first drive. Each drive complete unlocks an upgrade point to spend on upgrading your character. Access the character menu with this. I don't know how to upgrade though. There we go. Use scrap components at home to repair condition. Oh, I need 2 points for that. Predictive reasoning. Dice results display potential positive and negative outcomes. Sunbathe. Dice action always allows energy recovery at home. Chance of getting cryo interface actions. I guess I'll save it. Holy shit, my dad forgot to unplug the internet. Yes, fuck yes. Gosh, they treat you like such a teenager. How do I go into the other world? The Free Spoke Transit Hub. Oh. I can assist a shipbuilder. Found it. Data actions allow you to extract data from the networks of the eye. They work like dice actions, but in order to unlock dice is the one displayed in the right of the action. If you have 1 or +2 modifier in the interface skill, you'll be given dice you can match. You can use any dice displayed. Once unlocked, data can be extracted. A lone connection feeds into this isolated node. Its last access timestamp is 1,000 cycles ago. Extract. One encrypted key. Wow, starving really sucks. Only 2 dice a cycle now. Oof. As you close up, a voice echoes down the corridor towards you. Sleeper, wait up! Turn. Fang is coming down the corridor towards you, a wonky grin on his broad face. Hey, glad I caught you. Do I know you? He grins. You do now? He puts his hand on your arm. I've seen you hanging around. Just want to chat. You staring at that thing? He nods back at the container, shaking his head. Rough. It can be hard to get a start on the eye. He looks away down the passage. Was it old Ireland said? What was it old Ireland said? The eye opens for us all. Nice idea, but well, not always very practical. He glances back at you. We do our best, but it ain't easy. You pass together into the main walkway. Haven Age. Haven Age. We're all one dysfunctional family. Fang puts an arm around you. I'm not part of the security branch though. Don't worry, I'm with the systems. Havern Jage? Think of us as the Administrative Association of the Eye. Depending on who you talk to, we either emerge as a response to or a continuation of Andal Ireland's original union. He smiles. Personally, I avoid the topic. He stops you in the quiet passage. Look, it's not what I'm here to discuss. I've been seeing some unusual network activity and, well, I know a little bit about you sleepers. I have a small proposition for you. He glances around, but there's not the place for it. I have an office just across the way. Give me a cycle or two to prepare, and then when you're settled in, stop by. He lowers his voice and gives you a dark look. In truth, I need you. If what they say is true about you sleepers, well, there's work to be done. He pats you on the back, his voice bright and his dark look suddenly gone. Stay clean, sleeper. He walks off the passage, rising a hand in farewell. I don't know, running around with you, I feel like it will not stay clean at all. Not at all. But thanks. Explore the market. I have enough local knowledge that now I can maybe find a place to eat. Yes! Street food vendor. An imposing street vendor, Emphas. Emphas is busy, his broad face uplit by makeshift gas burner in front of him. With precise, delicate movements, he lays thick chunks of marinated fungus onto a dented wok. His other hand idly tossing a metal bowl of sliced vegetables and some red flaked dressing. The smell is incredible. You watch as he fulfills a set of orders, heaping the fungus with the bright salad and depositing it in plastic trays. A stack of chits rattles in his apron pocket as customers file past the burner, handing over payment. Approach. You join the queue. It's mostly made up of duty salvagers, vac suits, unzipped and rolled down to exposed stained vests, grubby mods, a lattice of scars and tattoos. They discuss the best food on the eye, the best drink, comparing notes on bright market dyes. Their words cut through their heavy spacer slang. Eventually, it's your turn. You shuffle to the front. Effie speaks in a deep, even tone without looking up. Free tries first. Fucking dyslexia. First try is free. Thank him. The smell is almost unbearably strong as he cooks. The earthiness of the fungus laced with something so spicy the smoke makes your eyes water. The heat from the burner is like a bonfire and your skin hardens in its glare. I know you sleepers, Emphasis says while he cooks, his voice deep but clear. A hard life, a lot of stories. He glances up from beneath his cap and piercing eyes. I know. Tell him a story. You begin to tell him about your journey to the eye, and he nods as he cooks, his eyes never leaving his work. You tell him of the confusion, the pain, but also the sense of possibility and its sudden arrival. You tell him in the cold and dark of the container, and the endless cycles spent within it. Now it seems you tell him like some dream that you have once been, but can never forget. You tell him that the eye excites you and scares you, and you're unsure where to walk, where to look, what to do. Eventually, you trail off, running out of words. He plays a plastic tray of steaming fungus in your hand. Next time, we can talk some more. He smiles. But next time, you pay. He slams a heavy hand against a button on the burner side and it shuts off. The roar of the flame and its impressive heat fades. Next time, then, sleeper. He waves you away and begins to oil the wok. Before you turn back to the alley, you notice the geometric patterns of circular scars across his forearms, each surrounded with a constellation of glinting pin marks. You walk away, and as you do, you take a bite of the rich, spicy, delicately sweet fungus. Your taste sensors light up like a fusion reactor. You'll be back. Food! Oh gosh. I like the food guy, and I like the bright but cryptic like tech engineer guy. Founder's Gap. Gap in the ring station. Pay for passage. To reach the Greenway, you need to pay for a pass. A prize invented by the Spacers moored here. They call it Founder's Ferry. The Free Spoke. Scale the spoke. Blistered with precarious elevators and stairways, the spoke can be navigated from the outside, and the climb requires bravery. Enter the spoke. A tangled network of service passengers and makeshift tunnels cut through the spoke as if it were a hive. There are no maps here. Unless I actually have stats in those things, I don't want to try that yet. Drago's nerve. Drago seems increasingly nervous about your presence in the yard. You're not sure he's gonna hold his nerve much longer. So I guess I should focus on the winter light then. If I want answers before I get thrown the fuck out for being a sleeper. Home sweet home. Well, I do get some good news, I hope. The first thing you see on entering is a glint of Toshiro's implants, like a cat's eyes in the dark of the corridor. He nods you in as you arrive at Sabine's door. The entryway is still dark and you push through the sheeting into the surgery. I have it. Sabine stands with a case open in front of them. A set of vials lined up inside, separated by foam inserts. They pick up one, rotating it in the warm light. I have no idea how Yatagan... They trail off. We should treat this with caution. It looks authentic, but I have no idea if it really is what it appears to be. I don't care. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but we need to be careful. Unfortunately, I'm not sure we have another choice. They gesture for you to sit on the bed. The stabilizer works under a similar principle to the autoimmune suppressant in a transplant operation, in that it stops your body from rejecting the familiar part of the unfamiliar part of itself. In the case of your frame, the unfamiliar part is each of your biotypes, which over time are identified by your body as foreign to be eliminated. Sabine holds up a vial of the would-be. However, unlike an immunosuppressant, the stabilizer doesn't do this by limiting your entire immune system. Instead, it re-encodes your biosynthetic organs with new protein chains which act as passcodes within your immune system. The stabilizer refreshes these passcodes, keeping your frame from rejecting all of its own organs. Which means the stabilizer should be able to encode any organic or biosynthetic matter to be accepted by your immune system. They glance away, at least if the stabilizer is genuine. The only way to know for sure is to inject the vial. They begin readying the syringe. I'll start with a small dose to limit the risk. I don't have a choice. I think you're right. Sabine cracks the glass neck of the stabilizer vial and uses the syringe to extract a fraction of the liquid. They tap the syringe and you watch as if any sign might emerge from the clear liquid. You barely feel the needle. Your frame registered the initial injection, but with little response. A sensation begins to spread from the site. A fizzling, trembling wave that disperses through your arm with incredible speed. Your vision goes white, and when it returns, Sabine appears encased in shards of sparkling light that slowly fade into darkness as you settle back against the bed. You swim in darkness. Muffled noise is like an argument heard from underwater, prickling waves of cold. When you sit back up, Sabine is sitting in a chair by the window, facing away from you, backlit by the glow of their slate. Awake? What happened? The stabilizer is genuine. They sit down beside the bed. I don't know how Yatagan acquired a case of this stuff, but they did. Sabine looks troubled, distracted. You should rest some more, but you're gonna have to do that somewhere else. They gesture to the door. I have other patients. Sorry. Sabine nods towards the case. I'm afraid I can't offer you any more doses. You're going to need to pay for your next dose. Silence fills the room and they return to their glowing slate. Looking around the room, it seems different somehow, as if things have moved or shifted. You wonder how long you've been here, or how long you've been out. Sabine? Nothing comes free, sleeper. Remember that. You manage to get to your feet and wander into the hallway. The queue stretches down into the flickering corridor. Toshiro stands impatiently by the door and fixes you with a glare as you leave. You lower your eyes as you stumble past, somehow faintly aware of the station spinning beneath you. Okay, now I'll actually get a full dice for a few cycles. Fucking Christ. Getting set up was so hard. Scrap. Almost have enough to buy some. The freighter will stay docked as long as many cycles as it takes to offload the tall to scrap into the Haverner charts. Okay, so it won't happen immediately. Bang. Sleeper! Bang catches your attention as you approach the Havenage building, leaning against a bay door to the side of the entrance. You approach. Easy to come in this way, security and all that. He gives you a look. You know? He slams a button and the bay creaks open, blinking lights in the dark behind you. You follow Fang inside. Truth be told, I don't spend much time upstairs. This is where I work. The door hisses as it closes behind you. The bay is filled with pieces of hardwire, all rigged up in generators and diagnostic slates, and things you don't recognize that glow with blue screen light. There's a chorus of hums that blends into a single wave of static, filling the dark corners of the room. Fang leans on a server stack and gestures around. You like it? It's incredible. He smiles widely. I thought you'd say that. He taps a nearby server stack with bleeps in response. This is my treasure trove, all dredged up from this sea of systems we call the Eye. You wouldn't believe what this place runs on. He steps over the towering block speckled with veins. Some of these systems are from the original station. The one Salim built? We've had to invent new components, repair things we never built, reverse engineer entire subsystems into existence. Residents here look up at the Eye and think that they're seeing a constant and concrete reality, but this place is a system in constant flux, decaying and glowing, collapsing into new configurations. He walks down between the hardware stacks and you follow. We're keeping this place alive, but also remembering it into something new. Remaking it, and dragging it away from those corporate origins. He stops. At least, that's what I'm trying to do. He turns back to face you among the flickering machines humming all around you. I know you can see this too, Sleeper. All these systems and sections. You can, can't you? I can see it. It makes sense, right? You're between here and there, between the people and their systems. You light this place up like a beacon. That's what I heard. You glance at the lights around you, and as you do, they seem to flicker, to realign, to follow your gaze. Fang notices it too. I'm guessing being a beacon isn't always ideal when you're on the run, though. They're tracking me. He pats you on the shoulder. Maybe I can help with that. There's a lot of old growth in this place. Subsystems I can't see. Access protocols lost to time and decay. Secrets. A shitload of secrets. With your help, I can unlock this place. Break off those last ghost limbs of corporate control. He lowers his voice below the hum. Even in the Havern Age, there's old growth. Those whose roots trace back into those bad old days. You help me dredge up the past, and I'll see what I can do about that tracker of yours. He winks. What do you say, Sleeper? I'm in. Fang pumps his fist and claps you on the shoulder. Your eyes meet. You won't regret it, Sleeper. Fang passes you a ragged-looking metal tab. A gift. He smiles. It's a soul hymn cipher. I dug it up from the depths of the station. Slot that into an old network gate and you'll be able to pull out all kinds of secrets from the nodes inside. He walks you back to the front of the bay. Start by bringing me whatever you can turn up. Use the emulator mind of yours and see what's out there. Let's get a picture of how things are. Those above, he nods at the ceiling, have granted me an acquisitions budget. I can pay you whatever useful data you bring in. I know you need it. He slams the button again. Keep it quiet and keep it clean, Sleeper. And I'll see you soon. You step, blinking back into the passage, those flickering lights still in the back of your mind. Got a new drive. The gate conceals a network of systems that have been untouched since the Solheim collapse. Let's see what's inside. Got some ice to break. Gate S7 access. With a squawk of noise, the old gate flips open, granting access. Some gang enforcers and plants are chirping out comm signals. Time to see what they're talking about. The data ghost of the eye, the cloud. As you drift back from the node, something latches onto you. A thread. Strung tight against you, it tethers you in place. A taste. The voice makes you shiver. Its source somehow below distant, both distant and close behind your ear. You see a distant glint of light shut off, and then suddenly a shape is at your side. It stalks around you, circling in the dark like a wolf. Entity unknown. Astringent. Processing. Resist. You struggle against the thread and it tightens in response. A glittering garget. Please hold. The thread around you thickens until it is a ring. A cylinder. A tunnel of light circling around you. It's blinding for a moment, and then it's gone. As it fades, you see a figure. A creature in front of you. Its strange head flickers between different angles, reading you. What are you? The shape paces around you on lift legs, though there is no ground here to pace on. Entity, identify. Origin, serial. Cadence. The figure faces you expectantly. Stay silent. Refusal. The figure's strange head rotates. Brackish signature of and not of attempting interface. As the figure speaks, more threads begin to spiral from its head. Thick, snaking, vine-like ribbons deflect some wave. They approach with intent. Stop! The figure halts its threads, its head twitching. Entity, your identity is unknown. We only seek to correct irregularities. You can confirm your legal right to sentience. Can you? Can I confirm my legal right to sentience? I'm livid. No. Unfortunate. All at once, Hunter's head is directly in front of yours, blocking your vision. You stink of their taste. The one from the sealed dock. Hunter shimmers with fury. I will find access. I will interface. Sealed dock? An entity hides in the rotunda. You are its puppet. Hunter extends a razor-edged thread. I will not be diverted from my task. It glows with murderous intent. Strike. You lash out with all your force. Not a physical strike, but a focusing strike of interference, leaping out like a tip from a spear. The hunter stumbles, shifts, and separates. Wake up. You open your eyes, blinking back into the station light, shaking with fear. Gotta keep going. More ice to break. Gotta find a node for this 2-die. See, this actually how the game balances itself, because you can use your die that you would usually not want to use because they might lead to bad outcomes for rolls in the data space, because the data space needs those exact die. Here we go. And Have an Age member is broadcasting on an open network from here, leaving them open to data extraction. I should use a VPN. Which reminds me of the sponsor of this video. No one, except viewers like you. I don't have any data to give them. Let's see. I think we just need to sleep. Sleep now in the fire. Oh, I'm starving. Hunted. Scoping system. Things wants to look at what data is hiding deep in the subsystems of the eye. This one's definitely high priority. If I did see some nodes that take a 3. This node is orbited by remains of a corporate countermeasure broken long ago by hackers. Oh, that one needs a 4. This network storage holds corporate records, most of them corrupted by a failed systems purge. Okay, I got at least one of those things that he wants. Looks like I'll have to come back tomorrow. Exactly 15 cryo. Fungus fan. Emphas doesn't trust people easily, but he notices his regular customers in his own unique way. Emphasis, spice fungus is one of the few things potent enough to stimulate your limited taste sensors. It's incredible stuff. Let's dig in! I also want to work so I can have some money to buy some scrap. But I might just have to wait for the next shipment. I need money. Let's start. Yard clearance. %100% positive. History or no, this ship is salvage, as Drago always says. Breaking down, moving on. Oh, so yard clearance will get the current ship out. Oh, I think I have enough to buy something from the scrapper now. Most of what comes from the starboard belt is corroded trash, but sometimes something valuable can be found among the salvage. I don't know what I got, but I know it's useful. I have one more die. Where do I want to use it? Oh wait, first off, let me talk to Fang again. There's some data. Oh, and even got some cryo for it. That's good, that's good. The clatter of caps can be heard in every concourse on low end, as the residents play rotating rounds of this game for cryo. I like getting to know the residents by beating their ass in some game. I've got like 1,000,000 ticking clocks right now. Scrap components. Active drives. Survive. Winterlight. Get to know Emphas. Extract the pass. Disable my tracker. I've got 1, 2, 3. I've got 4 cycles left to disable my tracker before something bad happens. Alright, back into the wired. This might be useful. This node is leaking corrupted contractor lists from the early days of the system's Paladin rush. I think everything that's left here is 1s and 3s. Sorry, 1s and 2s. Now I'm gonna be attacked by a hunter again and a few more node activations. Very fun. Okay. So tomorrow. But I can get some extra cash by dropping this off at Fang. Hardware exchange. The RT exchange is hungry for new hardware to buy up, break down and sell off. If you're happy to supply it. Fungus. I can make noodles for money now at low end. Block maintenance. Loss energy. Could be worse. I think I got some scrap for that one. What's this one? Timbre Tea House? Skill upgrade required. The Tableau Room and the Timbre houses some of the best players in the low end. This is a serious high stakes only play. You've heard from the Yaligan Enforcer based on some paying low end residents for information on Havilange's movements. I have a little bit of that. Got a little bit of cryo. Forensic Trawl. Picking through the wreck clutter is slow work, but you start to piece together the impact patterns and blast marks. positive. Soon I'll clear the yard, and I'll be good. I almost have enough money to go across to explore more, right? I need 150. And how much do I need to buy more stabilizer? 100. I love the simulation of scheduling simulation. I didn't get any good dice rolls for going on the other side. Tomorrow there'll be a ship in that dock, I'm assuming. Finally a low ender. New drive discovered. You've heard talk of a fabricator owned by Ort Exchange. See, with that and a few fragments, you could build a ship mine core. Caster, dubious data fence. You cross between two walls of units, one of the cavernous streets at the center of the low end. The pressurized bridge is full of the clack of Talva, the shouts of children, the whir of air filters. Sleeper. You turn to see a man sitting at the Talva table alone, somehow untouched by the hustle and bustle of the people around. He gestures to the stool on the opposite side of the table. Sit. Sit. You sit at the metal stool, and he starts setting out a board with counters, or at least the filter caps low unders typically use in their place. Caster. He says by way of introduction, looking over his glasses. Not today. He asks, gesturing at the caps, crudely sprayed black and white. Night. He nods. The black counters are already on your side. Let's begin. You take a plastic die each, and pitted and worn, and roll to determine who starts. Caster rolls a 6, you a 4. I lead. He smiles and begins to move his first cap precisely along the board. Play passes back and forth between you, the die changing hands as the caps spread along the board. As it does, Caster speaks. Eyes not leaving the caps. It's unusual to see a sleeper on the eye. That's why I wanted to play with you. You take your turn, rolling a 5 and a 6. Play carefully. After all, the sleeper's mind must be somehow different to a human one. Being emulated, I mean. Caster talks, you build up a wall of caps. As Caster talks, you build up a wall of caps, stacking them safely across the board. Progress is slow, but you remain unexposed. I don't mean to offend you, Casper, meets your eye. I merely see that you are by definition different. What has been subtracted in that emulation? What has been added? He slides a single cap into an empty point. A risk and opportunity. He hands you the dice. Do you ever think about this, Sleeper? About what you were before and what you are now? Always. You roll a double 1 and solidify your wall. Caster whistles. The holding game, commendable. It can be brave to build from what came before. He rolls a die and leaps your wall in a single move. But we cannot idle too long, sleeper. The slower we move, the sooner we are caught. The past you was not just an idea, a concept for you. It is a living, breathing person. He looks over his glasses, his eyes bright and wide. You split from them like a shadow splitting from its caster. They may be sleeping now, yes, but one day they will awake and carry on with their lives unaware of your fate, no matter what it may be. He hands you the dice, smiling. You are a branch severed from the main trunk, an offshoot who refuses to die, so to speak. You roll again, under pressure now, trying to slip your caps out from under Castro's before he solidifies control of the game. So what I'm curious about is how you see yourself in all this. What does this tangle of truths make you? Driven. Castor laughs. That much is obvious, sleeper. I see it in your eyes. You're eager to make all this count for something. Castor looks away, through the glass to the crowded units on all sides. But driven towards what? He starts removing caps, his home board now full. Is there an end here, or just endurance? You try a few more rolls, attempting to get back in the game, but Castor clears his home board with a sense of the inevitable. He has known he was winning for a while. I feel I may have pushed too far. He slides another cap from the board. I apologize. My curiosity has a habit of getting the better of me. You roll to return a cap to the board, but all the spaces are blocked. Casper claps his hands apologetically. You play well. Really. Your weakness is not your game. He smiles warmly. We have much to learn from each other. He slides his glasses back up his nose and sits back. I feel we could share knowledge, ideas, perhaps even data. His eyes glint with that last word. To our mutual benefit. He slides his final cap from the board. It's over. He won. I'll see. Please, I don't want to make you uncomfortable. He holds up his hands. My intention is only to help you endure here, and if I'm able, feed my curiosities. The game over, you notice the bustle of the walkway once more, the call of the children, the deliveries, the arguments and reconciliations. They wash over you as you stand and leave, Castor nodding goodbye as you do. Crossing the walkway, you replay the moves of the game in your mind, looking for an opening you sure was there. Stories of the Yatagan are brutal, but I want the truth. A vial of stabilizer should provide the motivation. 5 Yatagarada data and I get stabilizer? Fuck yeah! What are the old car up to these days, I wonder? I have a ship mine for you if you can indulge my curiosity. Wow! Yeah, I'm glad I unlocked this. This also makes me think of like Persona or something. I'll risk my low die on it. Woo! Good. Fuck it, I'll use my last one here. Whoa. What is this? A ship mine fragment can be reassembled with the right tools and a few more fragments. Oh, end this cycle. Give me some 1s or 2s. Oh, I got some 1s. Good. Break some ice immediately. Gang Enforcer implants. not as needed. This personal terminal is empty apart from a single high-level encryption locked behind an access protocol. I got an encrypted key. The node pulses faintly as it mines cryo at a glacial pace, abandoned by the hacker that repurposed it. I haven't found any use for these keys yet. I don't know what button it is to check on my stats. Because it used to be this button. No, not that button. Let's pause. It used to be this button. Weird. Let's see what else I can do. Well, might as well do that hack. Well, maybe I'll do it last since the hunter will attack. Traveling merchants. The merchant acquired a couple of rare shipmine fragments, and they are selling them at a high price. Limited supply. Shipmine fragments are hard to come by. The system's merchants can only source a couple at a time. Nah, I'm still saving up. I should eat though. I'll probably have to buy, was it suppressant soon? Or anti-suppressant, I guess. Wait, what? Steal dock plans? Forensic Troll. I'll take a risk. History and no, this ship is salvage, as Drago always says. Break it down, move it on. Nothing else to salvage there. Oh, we need to talk? Are they about to kick me out? The final pieces of the winter light sit in neat piles waiting for collection from the collection shuttle from Havenge. Drago's managed to sell the remaining pieces to the shipyards. In fact, what's hard to forget is he's been telling you about it for the past 2 cycles, and all that remains is for Havenge to come and collect. You look around at the yard, transformed from when you first arrived. The mostly repaired drones flilt back and forth, no longer buzzing unevenly or lost in the dark corners. And the scrapped section sorted in the system that you and Dragos have put into place over the past cycles is paying off. Okay, so this is a good thing. As you look, you notice the glow of pale light from the office by the entrance, the rundown cab of a building that houses all the records and spare equipment. Dragos must be inside. You get to your feet and walk out to where the shipyard collection crew will be there. Knock. Sleeper, come in. You swing open the door and walk in. Dragos is sitting at the small metal desk. The shipyard has told me they'd be here soon. They'll hand over the chits and we're all set. He writes something with a stylus on his slate and then shuts it off. Of course, we should talk about a bonus. He stands and turns to face you. His face placid. Look, I don't know when the next job is coming in, but this should tide you over for now. He opens his hand to reveal a stack of chits. Well, what's going on here? I said it's a bonus, take it. Dragos presses the chits into your hand. I've done well by you, and you return the favor. He straightens up and clears his throat, and you realize he has prepared what he was about to say. These chits are for you to take and do what you will with them. They're for me. And then the last I'm gonna give you, he pauses. There's no more work for a sleeper in this yard. He folds his arms. I'm sorry, but that's it. You stay in the container as long as you need, but the yard is done with you. He turns away on his terminal. What do you mean? Don't press me, sleeper. This is for your own good. The glassy apertures on Drago's headset betray no emotion. You need to stay away, sleeper. He pauses, considering his words. Trouble is gonna follow you here, trust me. What do you know? Dragos kicks at the floor, frustrated with himself. I'm not saying any more, sleeper. Drago suddenly grabs you by the shoulder and drags you out of the office into the yard. He turns you to face a stack of pieces from the winter light, dissected, cut down, and totally unrecognizable as a ship. You came through that, sleeper. That should have been you. Chopped and stacked. His hand trembles on your shoulder. This is what happens here. We cut down broken machines and move them on. Well, I didn't cut you down, but I'm sure as hell moving on with you. Moving you on before whatever killed that ship out there comes to kill me. What do you mean? He shakes his head. These ships, they didn't get decommissioned. They didn't break down in my dry dock. You'd think they look like that if they did. Someone ended them. This means someone tried to end you, sleeper, and I'm done waiting for them to turn up. We've had our fun, now it's time. He gives you a little shove. Go on. He turns and walks back to the office. That's it, he shouts and goes inside. The silence hangs in the air and you leave, with your pockets filled with clinking chits and a strangely hollow feeling in your chest. Drive failed. That sucks. I thought I had more time. I should have had more time. Hard to get answers this way. Abandoned housing unit. Well, be kind of weird to live in a place where I'm not wanted and my presence might actually end up getting someone killed. This half-built unit looks long forgotten, a project that never made it. With enough scrap, you might be able to seal it up. Play the exchange. Founder's Gap. Oh. Pfft. Just a little more money, I can afford the Founder's Gap. Hopefully this will be my last night sleeping in here. Okay, I got some twos. It was my last chance to turn off that fucking thingy. Solheim node. 2. There we go. A glimmer in the dark catches your eye as the orb of the hunter's head appears in the distance. It's looking for you. Hide. You slip down into the ghostly structure of the eye, feeling like passing through a cloud as the data structures deform and reform around you. Another glimmer catches your eye. Closer now, that roving orb. Wretched in tentacles, it flickers. Jumps once, twice, and then it is here. Hunter is here. Entity, submit to inquiry. The hunter reaches for you. In the unpleasant and familiar way, its wavering threads creating a cage. You struggle. You push against the threads, they close in, becoming frenzied as you push them aside. You are caught by whipping tendrils and feel them pulling you away from the anchor of your body. You push through, clearing the threads. Entity, hold for processing. Comes the scream from behind, and you're already gliding away, back to your anchor, your body. You awake, dizzy, distorted, safe. Well, maybe at least one thing can work out. As you enter the bay, Fang is nowhere to be seen. The banks of servers and machines blink out of the dark in the staccato rhythms, unseeing eyes of the station's digital ghosts. Shitheads! Fang's voice echoes from behind a stack, followed by a hammer of a fist on a metal casing. These snaky shitheads! Ooh, who's snaky? Sleeper! Fang's smiling head pops out from behind the stack. Just the emulated consciousness I've been eager to see. Come back, come back. You pick your way between the thumbing tracks, trying not to trip on the loose bundles of cables that blanket the dark floor. Fang is sat in front of a set of monitors mounted to a stack. Tell me, Sleeper, what do you see here? Fang waves at the monitor to his side, glowing with pale lists of information. You lean in closer, looking for the links in the data. The tables seem to be filled with personal information. Names, genders, dates, ID numbers, all the markers of institutional records. Names? People? Shitheads? Maybe not all of them. But what kind of shitheads? Havernage? Not quite. He taps at the terminal. I pulled these from the old data you brought in. All employees of the Eye's original owners. Solheim, but... He leans in past you and scrolls the list down. This one is a snaky shithead. He stabs at the screen with a finger. The name reads Harden Hurst. Friend of yours? Fang gives a sideway look. Funny you should say that, Sleeper. He drags a stool out beside him and motions for you to sit. There just so happens to be a Harden Hurst in Havernage. He waits for your reaction. Are you sure? Well, that's where you might be able to help me. Fang leans back in his chair. Just think about it. Decades ago, Harden worked on this station as a... Fang leans across to look at the monitor. Senior Strategic Operations Executive. Fang raises eyebrows at you. Our Harden was keeping the money coming in for Solheim. He defined priorities growth initiatives by making sure that the extractors they contracted out were hooked into a system that outsourced all the risk and kept profit. Good old Harden shuttered thousands of Paladin rush workers into an infrastructure which meant that cut of the work they did went straight back to Solheim. How do you know this? I grew up here, Sleeper. This is my history. I'm a child of the collapse. Fang turns back to his screen, staring hard at the strings of code flickering by. Before I was born, my parents were Solheim contractors. They ate in Solheim canteens, worked on Solheim ships. They breathed Solheim air and slept in Solheim beds. Fang's voice rises as he speaks, his hands fists on the terminal edges. And the work that paid for that existence? The cycles of hard work extracted out of their belt? The cycles of hard extraction out in the belt? Solheim took their cut. That was a company town, so to speak. And my parents were just another in a long line of freelance contractors waiting to risk their lives for a shot at anything other than poverty. Disposable. This guy, stabbing at Holdens once again with his finger, strategized all that, did the sums, and then somehow, thousands and thousands of cycles later, is still going, still here, crawling in the walls like some shithead snake. He survived the revolution. Surely it can't be him. Fang reflects a little. Who knows? He turns to you and smiles. So we are gonna find out. Harden is now a big shot in the shipyards, just a few degrees back around the eye from here. Fang brings up a map of the lower eye. Havage might be born out of Erland's revolutionary zeal, but a flat hierarchy it is not. Harlan happened to float on the top. Fang zooms in to the far yards. Fang grimaces. Thing is, I don't have access to those systems. The shipyard crew is pretty paranoid and they don't like anyone from systems digging around their stuff. Plus, we need more than just a name of a Solheim executive. We need proof. Fang holds up a thumbnail-sized drive. That's where this little creation comes in. I call it a ripple worm. He turns the drive between his fingers. It'll rip through any data storage and spin out a silken thread of filtered data. This one is set to the scent of Hardenhurst. Compound might be tricky, Fang put. But you, however, have a particular knack for remote access. Fang grins. If you can extract yourself a Haven-Age cipher from a Haven-Age agent, they sometimes carry them around their data caches. You can crack open the compound's network and slot the worm in through any open port. You never even need to go near the shipyards. So, what do you say, up for it? What's in it for me? Ring-eyed corrupt snake not enough? Find the information and I'll start work on that tracker of yours. Fang scratches at his chin. Anything the worm gets, it'll send it back here to me. There's something wrong here and I aim to get to the rotten core of it. You leave Fang digging through the data among the wires and machines to the old station. As you walk out, you try to imagine the Eye as it once was, a vast machine running smooth and strong, directed by people like Harden. So I guess I'm not getting my tracker out in time. Because I was hoping I was going to get that out today. But I have to wait another day. Whoever's tracking me is going to come. A vast Solheim-built machine into which thousands pour from the surrogate systems looking for a new life. The hope of a better future, engineered to line someone else's pockets. It's an idea you were intimately familiar with. You think of Harden, still alive, still part of this place, and wonder if the past is ever truly past. Fucking rough. I know what's gonna happen when it comes. It's not a game over. But I was hoping to like stop that relationship from happening. The data here is part of a cache, tucked away from the collapse. Who hid this and for what purpose? Another encryption key. This is useless. Fuck it. Let's go over the Founder's Gap. I too am a child of the collapse. Cross the greenway. As you step into the passageway, someone barrels into you from behind, sending you stumbling down the corridor. You turn and see an unfamiliar spacer, laden with heavy gear. She steadies herself, staring you down as if daring you to respond. She adjusts a strap on her shoulder, barely giving you a second look before setting off down the corridor. I'm sorry for her. The second spacer smiles at you apologetically. She's on a mission. And when she's on a mission, not a problem. You're sweet. Peke! Eshe stands further down the corridor, glowering at her friend. She chops at the air, pointing down the corridor to whatever end she's rushing to. Peke raises their eyebrows at you. Eshe, please. Do you want everyone on this station to hate us? Eshe hardens. They want to hate us. They can hate us. She drops her hip. It's not exactly seeing much love as it. I'm not exactly seeing much love as it is. We're lucky we got through before they set up that damn cordon. This station isn't Hawthorne. Everyone isn't yoked to the same corporate protocols. I'm not saying that they are part of the administration. She jerks her head in your direction. But I am saying we need to get these supplies to the bureau before someone starts asking questions. Can I help? Peke smiles slyly. See, Eshe, help? Isn't that exactly what we need right now? Peke. Eshe rolls her eyes. Peke ignores her. We're with the refugees, the ones Havernage has cordoned off from entering the station. Eshe interrupts. The ones that are being quarantined in makeshift vessels that barely made it to the eye to begin with. The ones that your station administrators have called an existential risk and are running out of supplies while their right to safety is being debated by people with no stake in their future. She quickly looks away, annoyed at her own outburst. She's right. People are trapped out there, and they turn to Eshe. We understand that there's a big problem for the Eye. Hundreds of refugees and more ships turning up each cycle. They hold up a hand to stop Eshe interrupting. But Eshe turns away, her burning anger a palatable force in the close quarters of the corridor. They need supplies, and after everything they've been through, the quarantine isn't helping. Peke finishes. That's difficult. Peke forces a smile. Peke, please. Eshe gathers herself in the supplies. Eshe, we need help, just like the refugees needed us. We need others too. They smile at her. Peke turns to you. Come find us. The climbing barrage is docked at the broken spoke, past the greenway, in the waste. We have a good view of the cordon, though we are keeping our distance for now. Come help us. They squeeze your hand. Eshe turns to leave and Peke follows, waving goodbye. A moment later, Eshe shouts down at the corridor. Don't bother coming empty-handed. You want to help? Show us. Bring supplies or don't come at all. And with that, they disappear around the corner, Eshe already picking up speed as Peke calls for her to slow down. A refugee flotilla? Where are they coming from and why now? Each time you think you begin to understand this place, something changes. So that's a DLC character and a new drive. This is where I would need to be, but I don't think I have. Yeah, I need supplies. The grow webs are at the heart of the commune, feeding the members and fueling their work lab. You are invited to assist in maintaining them. The only way to become part of the commune is to work your way in. We're long service. It isn't for everyone. It is unlike any place in the eye. Mapping. Let's try one of these. Oh, it got me some energy too. It doesn't take more money to ferry across the other way. And back, pipeline punch is my guilty pleasure. Oh, monster? Yeah, those are very good. Time to sleep in this evil empty container. And wake up to a gun in my face, probably. Hold it there, sleeper. Comes a voice from behind you. Don't run. Good, good. A hand pats your coat down. You know your master's voice. Ethan spins you around. He's wearing a wide smirk and a slick jacket. You immediately know he is terrible news. You got all the way out here and then stayed put? He laughs a cruel laugh. That a sleeper thing? You're my first. You barely hear him. You notice the handgun he has leveled at your chest, and it's hard to take your eyes off it. He reaches down with his other hand and slips some kind of ring out from a belt loop, without taking his eyes off you. Making it to the eye though? That's pretty good. This place isn't so bad. Bars, markets, people. I pull most of my contacts out of asteroid caves or off godforsaken moons. He spins the ring into two perfect circles. It's hard to hit civilization when there's so much space to pass through. He reaches over to slide the rings around your wrist. Go easy. Good, you got the idea. It's over. He nudges you to start walking. To the ship and home, he whistles. Going easy. You stumble down the corridor, your hands behind you, your mind racing. Who hired you? Your daddy's at Corp. They want you home for dinner. Ethan yawns and continues to nudge you down the corridor. Shame to come all the way out here just to head back to SNR right away. That tracker of yours makes this too quick. Was hoping you put up more of a chase, you know? A running battle through the bright market maybe. Or a holdout in the low end. There's a few establishments I would have enjoyed checking out while I asked around. You walk up in silence for a little bit longer, desperately trying to think of a way to escape. That SNR tracker will be the death of you. Hey, I have an idea, Ethan interrupts your thoughts. How about on the way back to the ship we stop for a drink? I'm buying. He laughs at his own joke. Although, I got myself thinking, what's the rush here? Here we are, in one of the most lawless joints in the surrogate systems, and we're heading for the exit. He nudges you in silence. Okay, here's the idea. You and me, we make a little arrangement. Here are the terms. He turns you to face him. You run or leave or try to abandon I shoot you. You plot or scheme. You try to kill me. I shoot you. But you come meet me at an establishment of my choice every few cycles, and you pay my tab. I don't shoot you. You don't pay my tab. You get the idea? He rattles his handgun. Okay then, sounds good to me. Like a deal. He stretches. Ugh. You know, I really thought I was gonna I have to kill you. But this is so much better. He clicks something at his belt and the rings loosen from your wrists. I'm gonna go see if I can find my stool at the compressor club. Come see me there. He aims a handgun at you, squinting down the sight. Let me just remind you, that body of yours is one big tracker. So don't even think about leaving the eye or I'll know. Ethan turns and strides off down the corridor, slipping his handgun away. The mix of relief and terror you feel is overwhelming. What are you gonna do? Yay! I have a new drive! If I cross... Okay, there's exactly one node on this side? That's weird. Greenway gate. The entire Greenway is locked down, shrouded in a dark cloud of shifting currents. What's happening here? If I work to grow webs, I can get some food. If I don't make any money, I need at least 15 monies to eat. Hopefully tomorrow will be better. Mean guy has a kelp sack in the basement. He makes noodles from the seaweed. He doesn't pay much, but he'll feed anyone who does a shift. Sounds good to me. Go back to my apartment. You see Ethan at a distance, shouting from the bar for more drinks. The bill isn't gonna be small, is it? Can I find work on this side? The simplest way to explore Greenway is to pick a path and set off in the twisting chambers and passages. This carries obvious risks. Newcomers in the commune can work within the canteen, preparing and serving food for those that make the compound their home. And the wastes. Out here at the edge of the habitable parts of the eye, everything is scrap. The trick is finding components that are still usable and staying safe. There we go. Predictive reasoning displays potential positive and negative outcomes. Approach problems with awareness. Pathan's tab is my new drive because I go back to slavery if I don't. And who wants to go back to slavery? I swear if anyone says I do, I will throw you in a furnace. Rico, commune botanist. So this is gonna, so I'm already like doing a lot different than what Thorn did for Fair's playthrough. This character was the last character that they met on their playthrough. And I'm barely out of the beginning stages of mine. So I'm already set myself down a completely different path. And there's at least one character that I'm completely avoiding from their playthrough, because I know Thorn's gonna want to go through their plotline again when they finally play. You head down the Haifa compound, following a blue painted line that is labeled laboratories. The member you were assigned to work with told you they'd asked to see you, but you still have no idea what about. The line takes you to a blue door, and through to a glass roof chamber where a network of stems and leaves filter to sunlight coming through the ceiling, casting the whole chamber in a strange yellow-green. Peaceful, isn't it? Distracted by the green, you miss the woman standing in the lab on the lab bench, camouflaged by the dappled light. Welcome to my sanctuary, she smiles. Come, let's talk, she says and beckons you closer. This game loves the word dapple. Gosh, I feel like that's gonna dapple into our writing now. Who are you? Hell, that hyper botany, Rico. Of course, my apologies. She offers her hand to shake. I'm Rico. I run the botany program at Haifa. She looks surprised. You've been working in the compound for a while now. I'm surprised you didn't know more. She lifts a tiny sample jar, yellow spores dancing inside. Haifa lives off the land of the Greenway. It's what allows us to live like we do. No one here pays or is paid. We sleep here. We feed each other. We work for each other. Rico walks away from the beach and waits for you to follow. She opens a small door and leads you down the glass corridor surrounded by vivid green. All this, she says, gesturing at the overgrowth. It's kind of a miracle. She looks at you with bright eyes. What do you think usually happens to plants on stations like this? When they are abandoned? They keep growing? If only that was true. No, they did not. They dry up and they die. She leads you left at the crossroads. But here they endured. She smiles at herself. Actually, no, they thrived. You look up at the bright tendrils wrapped around the metal frames of the corridor. They look dormant, strong, like they're taking control of this place. Rico continues. Of course, Salheim tried to create a stable biosphere here, patchwork the surface with gardens and algae tanks to feed into a network of microbial reclamant systems, but the Greenway was always envisioned as excavative, a place from which the harvest is removed and sold to those living on the station. Not a closed loop. For this reason, when the collapse came, the Greenway should have gone with it. Erlen himself was so convinced of it that his first colony never even came here to try to reclaim it. The Eye instead relied on outside favors and influences, shipments from the inner system, and the small-scale architecture systems like kelp and fungal farm stacks. And yet here we are, among growth and decay, a biosphere flourishing. When Hyphia came here, we expected to find only vacuum-dried stalks and leaves, and perhaps some fungal colonies hidden in the mulch. But we found a jungle. With this, Rico hits a button on the wall and leads you through a large pair of double doors into a huge impossible chamber. It is every kind of green, from the pale algae tanks to the dark vines. It's wet too, a rarity on the eye. The light from the roof and gathers on the shiny bright leaves of shrubs. How? That is exactly our question. Rico turns to you, visibly excited by the room you're both standing in. It doesn't make much sense, but in many ways the system has stabilized. Unlike the farm stacks closer to the gap, who need input to support their meager output, this place runs itself. Perhaps Solheim managed something new here. Perhaps they tweaked the plants, or built new systems buried deep below us, or perhaps their collapse caused some fortunate cascade, an unlikely chemical reaction within the biosphere. That's why I'd like you to help me find out. She turns to you, her forehead wet with dew. Aren't you the botanist? Astutely noticed. But I don't need a botanist. Rico sits on a railing. These halls run deep, Sleeper, and I'm getting old. She stamps her foot on the metal grating on the walkway. Whatever is causing this is to be found in the grooves deep in the Greenway. Hyphia won't spare anyone for the expedition. It's too dangerous and unnecessary, they say. I can make the case, but I can't get the votes. You sleepers are hardly being. Gosh, that was such a Freudian slip. You sleepers are hardy beings. I know that much. You can speak to the Eye, uncover its secrets in ways I never can. She holds out an arm so you can help her stand. Bring me samples, spores, seeds, and blooms. I can grow them in the lab and study them. The deeper they are found, the better. I'll try. Thank you. And thank you for listening. Rico leads you back to the huge chamber and up through the passages. She's a little slower now and stumbles on the steps. You help her where you can. It's good to have new blood in the commune, she says. Many of us have been here a long time and few come through. She settles back on her bench in the lab, stretching her legs. You go to leave. Come back if you find something, Sleeper, she calls. There are discoveries to be made. And you follow the blue line back up to the compound, all the time thinking of that impossible magical green. In a place like this feels like such a waste in a way by like normal capitalist thinking, and like even by like the efficiency kind of thinking that video games usually push people into, and considering the debt that I have to pay for that mercenary, spending my time working with a commune that does not make me money is not the smartest thing to be doing. Spore study. But I do have a new place to sleep. I do not have to sleep in a cold repurposed like container. I can sleep in a placement for people. If you or any of your headmates punk love small details of space station sustainability, I highly recommend Oxygen Not Included. You have to manage everything in that environment that can't sustain life. It's really unique, actually. It's been on our wish list for a while, even before we became a streamer. I believe it's made by the same devs of one of our favorite games. What game was it? Invisible Ink. And they keep rolling out like new DLCs and stuff for not Invisible Ink, for Oxygen Not Included. They literally just came out with more content for it like this month, I believe. I'm lighting a candle. Alright, time to do something that isn't communism. Upgrades available? I got upgrade point. Okay. Dice allows you to energy recovery at home. Chance to gain cryo for interface actions. Nah. So I guess I'm gonna jack of all trades for a while. I might want, when I go to level 2 skills, I might focus on endure so I can be hard to kill. Nice. Handling hull plates and shattered structures takes work, but keep your head down and before long the shift is done. Oh. Gosh. It is more it doesn't take more time, but it is more convenient to sleep in the container because it's where a lot of the stuff I want to be is. But I'm gonna end my cycle in the commune. It's important. I think Klein is a producer, but their games tend to slap. Yeah. Also, I love Invisible Ink. That game is actually what got us into strategy RPGs. I mean, I guess we were already into them because we'd already played Fire Emblem Awakening. We'd already played Fire Emblem Awakening, but we didn't consider ourselves a fan of the genre. Literally, it was the Invisible Ink to XCOM pipeline, because that was the next game in the genre we played right after. Let's cross to the less green part. Was there any spots in need of 4? New nodes sometimes pop up, I believe, so it's always good to check. 1, 2, 2, and something I don't have. I really need to eat. That one. Order fungus. Delivering noodles to nameless units on the low end takes guts, and certain fearlessness when it comes to asking for tips. I'll wait before I do that because I'd rather have some perks to engage. I'm not a people person, it turns out, in this game. Work assignment. Commune members are expected to turn up for work assignment, and in return their needs will be met. All are treated equally. Oh, I have to get my engage up if I want to be useful there. Engage and endure. Man, this ship is still taking people. Oh, I got cryo and energy. Risky. Oh, got myself some trusted trader points. Actually, working in the shipyard does not give me money. Best way for me to get money right now, actually. Oh, lost some condition though. Hopefully I should be able to pay for that guy's tip soon. Sleeper! Emphas calls out to you, a booming voice that echoes through the corridor. Tell me a story. He throws a handful of chopped mushrooms into his wok, the fire leaping up to meet the oil. I see you cycle in, cycle out, but we never speak. Tell me a story. What kind? Any kind. He pauses to drizzle something from the plastic bottle into the wok. But one of yours. He looks up to you. Nothing stolen. You pause, the spices rich in your nostrils, and think about the kind of story you'd like to tell Emphas. You look up at Emphas, the listener, and imagine he has heard it all before. Perhaps he would enjoy a strange story, something with more spice. Tell him about your dreams. All the sleepers. Sorry. All the sleepers, you tell Emphas, had dreams. Some were simple, memories left over from the emulation process that had become tangled up in their minds and would come out when they slept. It wasn't rare to hear a sleeper in the dorm scream or cry out in the night. But your dreams, those gray, skeletal afterimages of systems and structures, of threads and patterns, weren't like the others. They weren't memories or nightmares. They were reflections of reality. Distorted, yes, but somehow true. You learned back then to keep quiet about them, to let them flow through your mind like water. That was until now, until you arrived in this place. Now your dreams colonize your waking life. They slip behind your eyelids with every blink, and now you understand they aren't just dreams. They aren't dreams at all, but some process of interfacing, of speaking, of living in another world that flows through this one like smoke through air. You tell them that you do not know if there is a reason for your dreams. Perhaps your reason is just some side effect or peculiar quality of the frame you inhabit. But whatever it is, it's a gift, and you hope to make use of it. Emphas finishes cooking and squints a little at you. Sleeper, you're quite the storyteller. He eyes you, and you realize that he is trying to gauge how honest you have been with your story. Memphis passes you the meal he has cooked, and you take it gratefully. As you eat, he talks about natural exchange. Thank you, Sleeper. He looks around at the emptying market. But my time is done for today, and I do not want to keep you longer. I will make you a proposal. He gestures at the plastic box of ingredients stacked behind the stall. These are good enough for most, but someone told me a story that made me think a couple of cycles ago. They said that across the gap in the Greenway, fresh mushrooms grow. Have you heard this? Yes? You already know what I want to ask. Memphis begins packing up his things. Can you bring me some? I cannot cross the gap, and I worry about leaving my things behind. I'm sure a storyteller like you could handle the trip. I'll prepare them for you. And if you wish it, tell it. I'll be the audience for another story. Agreed. Good. I will wait for you to bring them. Memphis slides his woke away and straightens up. I will prepare a recipe then, Sleeper. Good luck with your foraging. He turns away and walks back into the main market. The rich taste of Memphis' food still lingering in your mouth. Stories for food. You think. A trade that seems more than fair. I actually have 2 more cycles for the tab. I'm gonna be in a hard position since I'm fading. Let's see if I can actually go long enough to get that drug that allows me to live. Oh, wait. Gate keeps traffic out of the Havernage. The Crud cipher can grant you access. Havernage port. Ripple worm. An open port sits waiting for you to slide in a ripple worm. What will it find there? Okay, I'll take a couple of days. Guess I better work again. Since I have a sit, I wanna... see what's the best use for this. Can only go good. This is getting bad. Oh, haven't seen you in a while, Mist. Have you been staying away because you're such a loser and don't think we'll accept you here? Don't worry, losers are welcome. Even losers like you. Maybe I should use that on the Hadigan agent. Whew! As you hand over the chits, you hear Ethan laughing hysterically somewhere down the bar. Hate that guy. I can't believe you just did that. Ethan's mocking laugh comes from along the bar. You look over to see him leaning across it in a pool of light, empty glasses and spilled drinks glittering around him. It's always dark in the compressor, but this cycle the place is packed. A load of spacers mixing with the locals. Usually they run. Ethan spins a glass at the bar, or they go spend their savings on the local heavy I have to put down. They don't pay. Ethan gets to his feet. The glass falls and smashes, but he doesn't seem to notice. You think that's it? One round of drinks and we're even? Sleeper, come on. His hand comes to rest on the butt of his handgun dangling from a chest holster. What's wrong with you? The people around him turn to see what's happening. You think this is on me? I think someone in your position might have a better idea of how this all works. I'm a freelancer, Sleeper, just like you. We both signed a contract for S&R, didn't we? The difference is my word means something. He closed the gap, stumbling a little. What'd you think? You could just run away from your contract? Your debt? You could just steal that natty little body of yours and take it for a joyride? Play human for a cycle or two? I'm nothing like you. That's what I'm saying! Ethan is addressing the bar now, having noticing the attention from the other patrons. You are a coward! I'm a professional. Though I should thank you. Ethan nods, his head heavy, for giving me such an easy job. I'm used to outlaws, you know, real bounties. If I knew catching sad little escapees like you was so easy, I would have changed clients ages ago. Someone shouts out from behind the bar for Ethan to shut up. He holds up a finger in the general direction without turning around. Shoot me or let me leave. Oh, I see you toughening it up here. He gestures wildly at the crowd. Thumbs up or thumbs down, folks. Most turn back to their drinks, no longer interested in this tired show. Ethan mutters insults as he walks back towards the bar. Ethan sits heavily back down on his stool and searches through his glass for one with something left in it. The thing is, Sleeper, I can find you anywhere. It's actually wild that you haven't figured it out. That body isn't yours and it will always betray you, no matter what. He finds a glass and downs the contents. So please go. I'll catch up with you whenever I need another drink. He laughs and taps the bar for a fresh drink. Look at yourself. Give it up, Sleeper. I'm done teaching you for today. He settles his head on the bar and closes his eyes. I'm sick of you. Go find a job. You turn on your heel and you're out of the cloying dark and the sweet stench of the compressor. You walk hard and fast down the walkway, anger driving your footfalls into the metal of the rim like hammers. Yo, I got an upgrade point! Oh! Enduring through abuse taught me how to endure! I'm gonna use my last one to sunbathe. Your frame of photosynthetic skin allows you to gather energy from the sun. The sun heats your skin, and you feel its light seeping into your veins as glucose. Oh gosh, Drizzle would love this, I bet. Damn, I don't need to even eat anymore. Photo fucking synthesis for the win. One thing I do need is some suppressant, or I will die soon. Okay, I still get two die a cycle. Luckily. As soon as I'm down to 1 die a cycle, I'm gonna be really close to death. Now I need to make almost 100. Cause I have a little bit already, but all my next money needs to go to that. Yadigan agent. I got a little bit of cryo. If I can get 2 more Yadigan agent data, then I can also get a suppressor. That's what I actually was counting on, but I didn't realize it was gonna be this hard. Okay, try for another Yadigan agent tomorrow. This gives me the most money right now, and becoming a trusted trader might help me in other ways. And it's okay you've been busy, Mist. Life happens. I love that Ethan has what happens to be the space punk version of a Hawaiian pattern shirt, which fits perfectly with his she personality. Oh yeah, it totally works. Fabricator. Ship mines cannot be built from scratch, but if you have enough salvage fragments, can be reassembled into one. So I can just make one now because I am a trusted trader. I have no more things I can do. Kind of reminds me of Depression Quest. It's just like, everything's just getting worse and worse and worse. And I do need dye to do the sleepy. Okay. It's actually funny. My body is having a really shitty day. Oh, this actually is super cool for spoon theory. Instead of all spoons being made equal, spoons with different dye. Or, forget spoons, dye. Dye are actually a great metaphor for energy and stuff for executive functioning for, like, neurodivergent and disabled people. It's like, even if I use my energy to do something, that doesn't mean I'll succeed or I'll have the endurance to finish it to completion. Or they'll have the focus and ability to do it to the specifications of the people around me. Actually, that's I can't wait to think and talk about that and philosophize about that, because that's actually very effective. Because I was thinking about it, it's like, damn, having two dice, having only 2 dice because I don't have a lot of energy, that are dice that are low energy dice, meaning anything high energy will probably have a high chance of failing. And it's like, what can I do with this low energy dice? Internet? That needs a 1. What's this one? It also needs a 1. Oh shit, there's not a lot to use this on. It would have been better if it was, Oh god, I'm being hunted again. Those familiar threads wrap around you, bind you, test you. Entity submits. Hunter's strange head bobs in your vision. Your ally in the sealed dock cannot save you. In the gobbled head, you see the whirling strings of data, so many spinning there that they threaten to tear you through the thin skin and whip out into the void around. What happened to this creature? The threads squeeze and you lose any sympathy you might have had. You must escape. Strike. You lash out once more, pushing Hunter back, severing threads that regrow as fast as they are broken. As you slip away, you realize you have to find a way to deal with Hunter once and for all. This is getting too dangerous. Oh, Fang has something for me. That's useful. I might die before you can even, I might shut down before you can even deactivate this goddamn tracker. Did you read my comment about referencing spoons with dice? I was away after I made it. No, I didn't see that. I don't see one. I don't see any comment about you talking about dice. There we go, found it. You should start referencing the spoons as dice now, XD. Gosh, breaking into like an understandable like worldview and consciousness is gonna be hard though. Video essay about dice theory, go! As you arrive, Fang comes striding towards you, taking you by surprise. Let's go, sleeper. He puts a hand on your shoulder and turns you. Whoa, that was an accident. And turns you back the way you came. Follow his lead. He steps into the passageway. You downring towards the shipyard. Sorry for the hurry. We have something of an opportunity. The data you way tells me Harden is making a the sidereal horizon this cycle. Confront him outside of that compound he hides in. Fang takes a sharp turn into a dimly lit side passage. Confront him? That's right, it's the perfect time. Fang slows and slips into the dark service tunnel where, somewhere in the black, a water pipe drips. It's him, sleeper. The same Harden Hurst. Our worm ripped out decades of records that mention him by name, an entire trail of documentation from the first days of the Solheim collapse until now. He rode out the whole thing, slipped into hibernage when it first broke off from the Union. He paces in the tunnel, a hand rubbing at the back of his head. I need you to understand something about Solheim, sleeper. I don't know what you know about the collapse, but it wasn't as instant as it sounds. It wasn't like Solheim was here running the station one day and the next Airlands Union took power. Back then, Solheim knew this place was slipping away from them. As the Paladin market collapsed, they tried to keep the contractors here working. The pay got smaller, the cost higher. People like my parents were forced to work non-stop just to keep a breath on the station. And water in their tanks. Solheim squeezed every last worker until the mistakes, the accidents, were coming in non-stop. As new waves of contractors came in, desperate for work, Solheim welcomed them, taking bribes instead of checking pilot licenses. The whole time Solheim was folding up, dragging into court cases and the central systems where the severed limbs of a station still desperately tried to take all it could. The riots came after the collision of Dock 2A. Young pilot, his MVE overloaded with palladium, miscalculated his trajectory and took out a section of the ring. Hundreds died. Thousands panicked. My parents told me people were terrified. And the blame fell squarely on Solheim. People like to tell stories about Erlen, how he brought the factions together, spoke to the crowds, turfed out Solheim. Maybe that's true, but my mother, pregnant with me, locked herself in the MVE and welded it to the dock while my father joined the improvised crews trying to seal up the ragged edges of the gap. He never came back. Fang pauses in the dark. They sealed it up though, and by the time they did, Solheim was gone, abandoning every one of us to the black part. Fang finally turns back to you now, his eyes burning. From shifts like Harden? From shits like Harden? Shits who held their place, rolled it out, and slipped back into a new structure like nothing had changed, standing shoulder to shoulder with those they had split in every single step. Fang starts walking again. That's why I can't just let him strut around the strip yard. This time, his past catches up with him. We should think about this. Feel free, but I'm going now. Fang rejoins the main passageway, which is now wide and glass roof. Through the ceiling, you can see the ships in mid-construction. Their flanks lit by the flashes of plasma torches. The entrance to the shipyard is ahead. This is crazy. Fang turns to look at you. Don't come then. I won't force you. You stand across from each other in the corridor. What is it then, sleeper? You coming or not? I mean, I'll be dead by tomorrow. Might as well. I'm coming. Let's go show this shithead some consequences. He strides to the shipyard entrance and pushes through the doors. A web of corridors led through the complex, snatches of things, construction bays always appearing through windows. Ships are suspended like whale corpses, skeletal and posing. Fang seems to know exactly where he's going, and before long you cross into a huge dry dock locked to one side of the side rail horizon. A network of platforms and scaffolding cling to the ship's hull, filled with workers and equipment. The sound is stretched out by the vast space so that the welding, cutting, and sealing seems to come from everywhere at once. Both you and Fang spot them at the same time, a group walking slowly across the gantry. And at the front, two men, one gesturing towards the ship and the other, stick-thin, cleanly dressed with a shock of gray hair. Harden. You and Fang say his name in unison, and Fang sets up on the staircase of the gantry, with you following behind. As you come to the same level, the group is passing closer, the foreman gesturing at the work being done throughout the dock, and Harden nodding along. Hardenhurst! Fang shouts across the noise, taking you by surprise. His voice bounces and comes back in rippling echo. The figures turn. Yes? Harden asks quizzically, raising an eyebrow, his glance between you and Fang. And you see his gaze linger on your body, unsure of why a sleeper might be in this place. You a traitor, Harden. A Solheim executive who tried to hide here among its victims. Fang's voice is steady, strong. You stand for everything that I was rebuilt in the shadow of, against everything Erlen stood for, everything Havernage stands for now. You have no place at this station. For a moment, stillness descends on the group as if everyone was held in place by the rattle of construction. Well, good to meet you too. He glances around at those around him. Some are smiling and others nervous. You're from the systems branch, are you not? Asks Harden, inspecting Fang's clothing. Fang turns to the foreman. You need to call your security. This man is a corporate agent. The foreman glances between Fang and Harden, his hands drumming at his sides. Harden leans towards him and says something inaudible. The foreman nods. Fang holds up a memory stick. You guessed right, I am systems. I've recorded that link you. I have records that link you directly to Solheim right here. He turns to the foreman again. So once again, I'm asking you to take this man into custody of the shipyard. The foreman remains silent. Harden's voice is calm, measured. If you have such data, why haven't you submitted it at the members' meeting for a proper review? He shakes his head. I have nothing to hide, unlike a man who does not announce his name, who enters my shipyard with corporate property in tow, and tries to turn my own men against me. You hear it now, the echoing sound of boots on walkways coming from all angles at once, and then setting behind you. Please, says Harden, submit the data through the correct channels. Then we can talk. For now, however, you must leave. He gestures behind you to the security detail, their hands on boxy black sidearms at their sides. Fang spits. Harden, you shithead. You can't wiggle out of this one. A security officer draws their weapon and levels it. Fang turns and stares him down. Go for the weapon. As you move, Fang puts a hand on your shoulder. He shakes his head and nods to security. Let's go, says Fang, and he pushes through security, heading back down the walkway. Once security has walked and nudged you back into the corridor, Fang picks up the pace. Up as he slips into the shadows of an entrance. Is grinning ear to ear. You know, Sleeper? Sometimes people are exactly how you would expect them to be. Something pings in his pocket, and he takes it out. On the slave, a web of connection starts drawing itself out, stretching to a set of points around the ring. Got him, mutters Fang. What is that? That, Sleeper, is something our worm added to Harden's personal slate. We're tracking his outgoing messages. Fang's grin looks ghostly in the uplay of the screen. The old ways are best. The old ways are best. Spook them good enough and they'll give the game away. He jabs at the slate and you see the web is being drawn over the map of the ring. Lines bouncing from point to point. All these dots? These are Harden's buddies. The ones he's messaging right now. And we're gonna find them all. You tricked me! Not exactly. You did good. Fang glances around and slips the slate back into his pocket. We better split for now, Sleeper. But it is exactly what we need. Good hunting. With a pound on the shoulder, Fang drifts away, back into the flow of people around the shipyard entrance. You watch him go, unsure whether to be angry or impressed. Oh, I got an upgrade point. Not that it'll matter. I'm breaking. What am I gonna use my last die for? I guess I'll just sunbathe. There's nothing that's gonna buy me more time. The only thing that could have saved me at the point I was at once the guy came to extort me for money is if I had spent my money on the suppressor, I would have had a couple of days. I would have had either 3 or 4 cycles to make the money to give to him, which would have been less money than would have cost to get a thingy. I just thought that I was gonna be able to get enough of the Yatagarasu information banks, but I needed either 1 more or 2 more. Yeah, I needed 2 more. So I'll sunbathe so I'm not starving. And then I guess I'll sleep for good. Sometimes it's nice to just be. Attempting recovery. Your condition has reached 0 and you have suffered a breakdown. One of your skills is broken. It will be locked to -1 and all perks disabled. It can be fizzled to upgrade. After you rest, your body will recover some condition, but your skill will remain broken until fixed. Oh, I'm not dead yet. Attempting recovery. I don't have anything though. Breakdown. 1 upgrade to repair. Wow, this is peak capitalism. I don't have the energy to work. Out of office. Ever since your trip to the shipyard, Fang has been missing from his bay. What's going on? God, I guess I spent too much time on communism. Alright. Probably my last chance. No level 3 nodes. Just once. Just once. I wish I could re-roll my dice. What about Ethan? The compressor is quiet today. The usual crowds are elsewhere, and the pumping music washes over a handful of spacers and a few drunks. Ethan's still in the same stool in the same pool of light. His head is low, close to the bar, and the bartender is ignoring him. Approach him. As you get closer, he lifts his head and turns. Sleeper. He turns to look at you. Time to pay up again, is it? He gestures to the bartender. Come here, take their chits. No more Ethan. Sleeper, it's been a long cycle. Ethan doesn't even look at you. He props his elbows on the bar and holds his head. I don't care. Ethan lets out a sigh. He rapidly rubs his eyes with his palms. You're right. He says quietly, this isn't fun anymore. He reaches towards his holster. His elbow slips and the gun tumbles out. It clatters on the bar and falls to the floor, bouncing onto the ground between you two. Both you and the bartender look at the gun and stare at it. Butterfingers, says Ethan, and puts out a hand, beckoning for you to give him the gun back. If you would. The bartender looks at you warily. You crouch down and pick up the gun. Point the gun at Ethan. Ethan turns his head in your direction a little. A sharp pale eye locking with yours. The bartender backs away. Oh, he stands. He turns on the school. Oh, sleeper. That's more like it. You hold the gun steady, training it on his head. Ethan smiles. Like the dog in the car. He pulls the bar. He turns what Mog whispers. I'm not sure they. You keep the gun on Ethan, and Ethan smiles at the bartender. Oh well, he says and grabs the gun, slamming it back into your face in a single move. You stagger back and drop to a knee. Somewhere near the gun clatters into the surface. The hit's a glancing blow, but it makes your vision swim. Though through the blur, you see Ethan wrestle a small, thin slate from his belt and hold it up. Enough of this. I'm logging the job and calling it in. Ethan taps at the slate. No more playing. Your head aches. Ethan taps through a few screens impatiently. He swears and taps again. He starts shouting. A dull echo to your ringing ears. He starts screaming at the slate and throws it across the bar. He crouches down and grabs you by the chin, his face close, his breath heavy with drink. S&Corp just screwed me. He grins maniacally. They canceled the contract! They canceled the contract! He shouts at the ceiling of the compressor. You stand up, struggling to your feet, the sting of the hit fading. Ethan is rubbing his temples, his face pale. You hear a clicking sound, like coins being counted, like bullets being loaded into a magazine. When you shake off the last of the blur, the bartender has Ethan's pistol trained on Ethan's head. Ethan stumbles back towards the middle of the room, all eyes trained on him. I'll kill you all! He screams. He stumbles into a wall, spinning away towards the door. I'll be back for that! He shouts at the bartender and lunges out of the compressor. You stay yourself at the bar and catch your breath. The rumble of conversation returns. The bartender goes to say something, but then thinks better of it and begins to clean the bar. After a while, you wander out into the lights of the bright market, looming for Ethan around every corner. Oh, I really thought I was about to die there. Good job, me. Oh. But enduring is bad now. Or worse, I should say. Tracking have an age. 10 cryo. Engagement. Oh, I need to use my upgrade point to stop this breakdown. I can't put it on anything else. Oh no, I can. I brought my engage up to 0. Cryo. And the orders change for a full one. I literally just need 5. Living for tomorrow. Oh wait, shit! I didn't use the last die. I thought it was... I fucked up there. Can only go well. Okay. Fucking Christ. Sabina is selling off the case of stabilizer vial by vial. You haven't been able to talk with them since your last visit. As you quickly leave the surgery, eager to be away from Toshiro's glare, you notice something wrapped around the stabilizer vial clutched tightly in your hand. You open your hand and a thin film, marked with holes and sigils, unrolls from around the vial. At one end, it has a hard metal strip, a handle. Inspect the handle. The metal handle is worn and pitted, but you can see some numbers imprinted on it, 207F, and then crudely scratched into the handle at some later date, low end. You hold the cloudy film up to the light. It is perforated with an ornate pattern of holes. You can make out a word among the markings, passkey. Is this an entry key from somewhere? For a moment, you consider going back to the surgery to return the key, and then quickly think the better of it. Did Sabine want you to have this, or is Toshiro passing on a message? Time to head to the low end and find out. Yo, got a great point. I'm a thrill seeker now. Unlock apartment. You find the entrance to the apartment. Its passkey symbol obscured beneath layers of graffiti. Who lives here? As you push the door open, the automatic lights flicker on inside the apartment. They reveal yellowing plastic panels, the curved shape of a wall-mounted utility unit. Wall-mounted utility units. The detritus of routine life arranged on every surface. You step inside, clicking the door shut behind. The amber light of the aging fixtures glaze everything with pale orange. The work surfaces hold a variety of objects indistinct in the dull lighting. A pale blue light drifts from the doorway at the end of the room. Inspect the surfaces. Smudges through the thin layer of dust suggest a recent, rare, and hurried visit. They trace a path of water to the water dispenser, the auto wash. The carpet still half open. The cabinet still half open. Sits an empty pillowcase. You cross the cramped utility room. Auto wash, dispensers, water closet, water doorway. Through the doorway is a dark water room. Sorry, only by the faint glow of a terminal screen. Approach the terminal. As you approach, there is a crackle from somewhere in the dark. Sleeper. Sabine's voice shakily echoes through the apartment. Welcome to my home. I'm sorry I can't be there. I've had to make alternate arrangements. You hear rattling noises. Static. I was able to record this message, but I won't dare show my face. Something is happening within Yatagan. I no longer trust them. Their voice becomes distant, slipping behind the background noise. I have something to ask of you. I want you to get me out. Yatagan was supposed to hide me, to protect me. After everything happened, I was desperate. And then after that, I was too tired to care. The noise, like waves, passes over the recording. But I'm done with them now. I want out. Screw the debt. But I need insurance, something I can hold against them. I have my suspicions and I can't be sure. I need information, and as you know, you need me. A pause, something clicking in the dark. This isn't a threat. You have to understand my position here. I know sleepers. I have been here before. I can help you, but not with Yatagan's noose around my neck. Give me data, give me information. Give me something that I can use against Yatagan. Then I can get you out, and you can get me what... and then you can get what you need. Please. Waves of static cut into Sabrina's voice. Bring it here to my terminal. I'll get to it when I can. You look around the tiny room and try to imagine Sabine living here, working at the desk, sleeping in the bunk, blinking into the terminal in the dark. The recording cuts to static, filling the room with its white hiss, then silence. You sit in front of the humming terminal and hit a few keys. Sabine has left an access port open, but the rest is encrypted, locked away behind the passcodes. It seems Sabine might not trust you as much as they want you to think. Who does Sabine need to hide from? And what debt do they owe Yatagan? You need to assemble the pieces, but too many are missing. The only thing you know is that without stabilizer, your body will die. You glance at the briefcase lab on the desk. It's glassware glinting in the dark. You turn away and leave, the door clunking shut behind you. Back in the corridor, you notice the sprawled graffiti of a blade on the opposite wall. Yadigan. You feel yourself being drawn into something you don't quite understand. Acquired a new drive. Well, fine. I was gonna use these for something else, but I did literally just get the thingy. As you turn away from the terminal, the final cache of Yadigan data uploaded. The air crackles with white noise. Sleeper. Sabine's voice, weaker than before, comes through the haze. Sabine? A sigh of relief comes through the layers of noise. The call must be coming from somewhere on the station. This has to be short. I don't know if Yadigan is monitoring me. Their voice is hushed, distant. You try to focus on it. The data you've been bringing me from Yadigan agents has something in it I don't understand. A shrill howl rattles through the signal. This data is all gleaned from their implants, records of interrogation with their nervous systems. Records of integration with their nervous systems. Performance analysis, error rates, usage data. I installed many of these implants and I didn't enable any of this functionality. Their voice dips under the level of noise, like a swimmer slipping beneath the water. You listen to the waves for a few seconds before Sabine re-emerges. It has to be somehow baked into the wetware's interface. And that's not all. The systems compiling this data are connected to some kind of transmission protocol. It's being broadcast. Wait, why? Every Yadigan enforcer is equipped with black market implants. Retinal enhancements, adrenaline boosters, pain suppressors. These implants are getting data on themselves, are gathering data on themselves, on enforcers' bodies, on their performance. Why, I can't tell. But I can promise you that these foot soldiers have no idea what's going on. The background tone switches, dropping to a grainy rumble. If they knew, I don't imagine they would be happy with the situation. Yadigan could have a mutiny on their hands. You lean towards the terminal, straining to listen to Sabine's faint voice. I need a few cycles to pull this all together, but this might be the information I need to pressure Yannick into releasing my dead. Yannick? He's one of the heads of Yadigan. They pause. It's better you don't know them. Keep it that way. Suddenly a banging echoes through the call. Sabine's voice is suddenly whispered, panicked. I have to go. Come back in 4 cycles. Then the sharp crack of a disconnect, and silence fills the apartment. You step back from the terminal. What does Yadigan have to gain from monitoring its own members? Why try to recall what you know about the You try to recall what you know about the game, but you have little to go on. You think Toshiro, Sabine's minder, his mirrored teardrop implants set below hard eyes. What data could they be gathering? And more importantly, where are they sending it? You reflectively rub your forehead, try to think. Can you really trust Sabine? How did they come to be Yadigan's daughter in the first place? You think of their kindness, their care, but also that glazed look of recognition they gave you when you first met. That look stays in your mind as you slip back out of the apartment, glancing around you. Close it up and drift into the corridors of the station, unable to shake the unpleasant sensation of being observed. Alright, that's why I wanted to feed it that data, because it will take cycles for the next story part to come. Time to work. I'm glad to have you on the background while I work again. Oh, I'm glad too. So you had to work on a Saturday. I mean, I guess time is relative though. Ethan's vendetta. Ethan may be disarmed, but you doubt you'll see the last of him. Stabilizer. Corporate pharmaceutical which slows the decline of sleeper frames. Oh, I think I can only take that at home. I guess I'll do this one. Since I endure is down. Map the pathways. It's a drive. Without regular doses of stabilizer, sleeper bodies actively decay. A corporate insurance policy to disincentivize escapees like you. Stable. Body repaired. Except for my brake now. All cryo actions are discounted by 20%. Yeah, Thrill Seeker would be nice. Alright, well, I'm not dead. I escaped death narrowly. Thanks, capitalism. I work every other day, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. It's not like I can't work more, but I find having breaks away from Dad keeps us from having huge fights. Makes sense. %100% positive. Oh, I found it too. Havernage data. Arden? Oh boy. Not looking forward to that one. Better see what's poppin'. Fangs Bay, Havernage Systems Building. It's been more than a few cycles since Fang confronted Hardin, and the silence since has been noticeable. In your time with Fang, you haven't exactly found him to be reliable, but you did expect to hear the end of whatever plan he had put into action. But if he won't come to you, you think as you approach the building, then it's time to come to him. After all, he did promise to fix your tracker, and you are getting nervous. As you approach the bay doors, you see them wide open, and light pouring out of the once dark room. Stacks of servers and terminals sit outside the bay, suddenly robbed of their mystery by the bright flint lamps. A figure in a Havernage security fatigue steps out of the bay as you get closer, carrying a stack of hardware. Walk away! This already looks like trouble. You lower your head and shift your direction as smoothly as you are able. You again. Hardin is there, leaning beside the bay entrance so calmly that you barely notice him. He has a slate in his hand. An inventory of sieges scrawled across it. Predictable. Further evidence of Fang's collusions. You see another security officer come out of the bay and take notice of you. Hardin. Hardin pushes away from the wall and comes closer. Don't worry, Sleeper. We have all the evidence we need. A confession won't be necessary. He gestures around at the stacks of hardware, spying on fellow Havernage members, hoarding Solheim materials, an obsession with corporate data. It speaks for itself, does it not? That was his job. Then what would you know about jobs, Sleeper? He looks up at the glass roof above and the stars beyond. We are the ones that provide the oxygen you are breathing. the light you are seeing, the systems you use every day to live out your cycles. This place was hard fought for, Sleeper. It took work, diplomacy, and strength to stop the Eye descending into chaos after Solheim collapsed, not blind conviction or self-interest. Fang isn't selfish. I know all about the background of our mutual friend, Sleeper. Don't worry about that. His parents will be sickened by the damage he's trying to do to the institution they helped found. You see, Sleeper, we are proud of our history here. Andrali Elrin and the first union founded this place, and Havernage has wielded his values into the station's very walls. Station's very walls. We will never turn away from the hard-working, the just, the true citizens of the Eye. Havernage aren't a gang like Yatagan. We aren't pirates like half the spacers you'll meet in the hub, or esoterics like those Haifa radicals in the Greenway. We are the backbone of this place, proud and true. We named Erlen's Eye, Sleeper. This is our station. He meets your eye. So please take your false accusations elsewhere before I decide I need that confession after all. Hart, you shithead. Take a good look at yourself, Sleeper, before it's too late. If you have any pride, you'll give up Fang the moment he contacts you. You know where to find me. With that, Hardin turns his back and walks back towards the security offices, ordering them to continue to clear out. As they do, something catches your eye among one of the server stacks. A crumpled, hand-printed box of synthetic chewing gum. A penguin character grinning from the brightly colored card. And scrawled into it, a speech bubble reading, "Take me to Tambor. Take it." You carefully pocket the box, making sure no one is watching, and then turn away. Just as another stack of servers is wheeled out of the bay. What have you done, Fang? And where the hell is Tambor? Actually, I know that already. It's on the East End. I see it all the time. I've worked there... No, I haven't worked there yet. I've only sold them information. Hand and gun bots. You feel stupid doing this, but the penguin says, "Take me to Tambor," and this is the only Tambor you can find. Gotta love that corpo grandstanding. Yeah, always in the right, always doing the best, always providing for people. They're not a gang. Gosh. Our criminality is much more sophisticated. As you leave the Tambor tea house, a hand falls on your shoulder. Sleeper. Bang hisses from behind you. How'd you find me? The penguin. Penguin? What are you? He thinks for a second. Oh, do you mean? He mimes chewing gum in his mouth. That wasn't for you specifically, but... Look, it doesn't matter. Come, let's sit. Fang guides you down a set of stairs to one of the Tambor's lower levels. The tea house is stacked with curved mezzanines, all connected to a central atrium. The levels are filled with makeshift booths and bars, and conversation bounces busily off the metal walls. Fang sees you looking around. This place used to be a fuel tanker's main drum. Hence the name. The tea house part is a bit of a misnomer though. You can get anything the Eye offers from this place, but real tea isn't exactly readily available. He picks a booth, itself fashioned from some old salvage tank or container, lined with spongy installation foam, and collapses into it. He looks around furtively. Don't suppose you've seen any Havernage types? Well, they don't usually come out this far. Only you. Not anymore, I'm afraid. Suspended without appeal. Turns out Hardin has someone's ear. He grunts. Doesn't bother me though. It shows doesn't bother me though. Shows we hit a nerve back there. He picks out a scrappy hand sprawl menu from the table and tosses over. What are you drinking? Look at the menu. Fang is right, the menu is ridiculous. There's at least 10 different infusions, most of which you can't make out, but the paper is dominated by an extensive compliments? An extensive complement of esoteric alcohols and cocktails. Black tea is listed, without a price, as a seasonal specialty. You ran into hard? Was he pissed? Fang doesn't wait for an answer. That snake is so self-righteous he might actually believe that Aaron would approve of his meteoritic bullshit. Merdio... What word is that? Oh, meritocracy. A meritocracy. For reference, a meritocracy is a notion of a political system in which economic goods or political power are vested in individual people based on talent, effort, and achievement, rather than wealth or social class. Advancement in such a system is based on performance, as measured through examination or demonstrated achievement. So yeah, the thing that America pretends to be. Good morning, Aaron. Is space ready for your piss? So he ran hard? Was he pissed? Fang doesn't wait for an answer. That snake is so self-righteous he might actually believe that Erlen will approve of his meritocratic bullshit. He taps on the table. If Hibernage was like it should be, like it was found to be, they would have shouted him down at any council meeting he dared mention true citizens. I guess his kind run the place now. A young woman with a vine tattoo snaking up her arm turns up at the booth, a slate in hand. Your order? You skim the menu, your eyes glazing over. Time to pick something. A sandbar arak? Fang raises an eyebrow as she notes it. And you? She begins, looking to Fang. But when she sees him, she suddenly stops. What the? Fang shrinks a little. You're supposed to be working. This is your shift. He grins sheepishly. You work here? Fang ways you to be quiet. Look, Jenna, let's just say this is my break. My friend here has been through a lot. Jenna looks between the two of you. I'll wave. I'll be cute. I'll wave. Fang doesn't look pleased. 2 minutes. 2 minutes, Jenna says, pointing at Fang. And only because I don't want to get dragged into whatever this is. She gestures at the table and walks off. What? Fang stretches out in the booth. You know how it is. We all have to eat. Plus, he leans in. This is the best place around here to find the person you might be looking for. Oh. Remember that web of connections the Harden pinged the moment we confronted him? Those are his collaborators. And if we want to understand what a Solheim executive might be getting up to on the eye, those are the people we have to find. Fang is almost whispering now. There's a couple of them I suspect in the low end, and well, almost everyone in the low end comes through this place at one time or another. He brings a modified slate out into the table. I'll set this up so that when anyone with the network signature I'm looking for comes into close proximity, it'll mark them. Once they're marked, we can break through their access protocols and get the good stuff inside. We just have to find them first, hence me moonlighting as a waiter. Suddenly a smile grows across his face. Wait, I have an idea. Oh no. Look, I can't cover enough of the low end on my own. So far I've had no matches in this place. With the two of us, we can cover much more ground. What am I getting into? Well, Fang has a hangdog look. A hangdog look. We need to get you out and about in the low end, in close proximity to as many people and residences as possible. And turns out my friend Miji needs some help with deliveries. As in Minji Express? So you already know him. Perfect! Fang places a tiny receiver on the table. This connects to my slate and runs the same marking protocol if you get near any of our targets. So all you have to do is take some delivery shifts for old Mingi, and soon enough, we'll have the place covered. Fang. Don't give me that. You think I like working here? And I thought you could use the tips. We're in this together, right? Right. Okay then. Fang slips his slate back under his clothes. Just head up to Mingi Express, take a delivery shift, and we'll see what shakes up. You manage to find anyone and extract any data, bring it right down here to me. They have me on double shift, so I shouldn't be hard to find. Jenna walks past, carrying a tray of drinks, and sharply catches Fang's eye. I don't think she's bringing your drink. He stands. I think it's time we call this meeting to a close. You grab the receiver from the table and slip it into a pocket. See you soon, sleeper. Stay safe, Fang adds before turning and walking all towards the bar, whistling as he does. New drop discovered. Yay. Targets. And he is right, I could use the tips. Fungus! Fungus among us. Oh wait. I didn't check if, where was it? There's a ship here. There was something I wanted to check. Oh, right, this thing. Still needs a bunch more cycles. Farm stacks. Thief. If you caught stealing, there's no way you'll be able to work in the stacks. It's as simple as that. Barter for food? Let's go green a little bit. It's gonna be nice waking up and actually having a full set of dice, though. Have y'all had portobello mushrooms? They're a common vegan substitute for meat due to their texture. Yeah, we love portobello mushrooms. They're the shit. Immediately wakes up with 5 fucking thingies and it's like, oh no. Mushroom groves. That's new. Pled spores. Risky. Let's do one. One grove spore. That's what I need to get to the chef guy. I'll go green for 600, Alex. Clear overgrowth. Cut away the choking vine, stop the rot. This place could be turned back into a garden of sorts. I had something to do with my free time. Let's see if there's any notes for 2. Yep, here we go. Average data. That's not the right spores. Grillio caps. I need Grillio caps specifically. Okay. Well, I guess I'll work in low end now. Doc B2? That's all for today. Actually, going into the greenway before going to sleep is an interesting thing because it also is like, hey, I'm leaving all the other stuff behind. Like, only good stuff in the greenway. Nothing life-threatening has happened to me here yet. Still the harvest, but only for sits. Oh, good energy. Still broken. Story of my life. Damn, I can't get any one die to save my fucking life. Fang's targets. Sleeper. You see Fang coming up the corridor as you step out of Minji's, the kelp noodle smell still clinging to your clothes. He comes up fast and stops close, looking around suspiciously. I don't have long. Take these. Fang palms you thumbnail-sized drives, ripple worms. Easy. Since your delivery shifts have turned up on 2 targets. He squeezes your shoulder. I knew you could do it. Now we nail those snakes. What do? Harden's boys are all connected by some kind of closed network. You break the access protocols on both of them, you should be able to gain the location of the nearest network ports. Slot the ripple worms in those ports, 1 each, and they'll feed me anything and everything stored in Harden's shadow network. He smiles. Can't wait to see what juicy plants they have in there. You hear the scuff of boots as a group comes up the corridor, likely on their way to place an order with Minji. You turn for a second, and then you look back. Fang is already halfway down the corridor in the opposite direction. He raises a hand in farewell, and it's gone. You run your fingers over the tiny ripple worm drives in your pocket. and smile to yourself as you wonder how mad Jenna would be at Fang for this little excursion. Time to slot some worms. Oh, I needed a 5. Gosh. That's almost, what was it, that feels like, I forgot what the term is, ludonarrative, not dissonance, resonance? That's like some ludonarrative resonance, because it's like, normally you use low resulted die to do anything on the, on this plane of existence. But the stuff with high security needs high inputs. Hibernate agents. I guess some new ones got unlocked. Whoa, that one needs a sit. Hope that'll go better tomorrow. If I'm not mistaken, one more Hibernate agent thingy and I can get a ship mine. Don't know what that's gonna be useful to me for yet, but it'll be something, I'm sure. 4 cycles, Sabine said. Here you are, right on time with no signs of them. You wait a while in the apartment, the dread descending as the cycles spin onward. They could be here. Check the door. You pace back and forth around the apartment, and the rumbling of the station suddenly so present and loud. You go to the door and open it to an empty corridor. You close it again. Wait. You try to settle down to wait. You sit on the bunk and stare out at the tiny room. Where the hell are they? Check the terminal. You check and double the terminal messages or recordings. Nothing. Just a pale glow. The silence. A knock at the door. Open it. A figure stands in the door and immediately you know it is not Sabine. They are taller, sharper, and something in their face glints in the half light. A dark shape, like a stubby baton, hangs loosely from their hand. A local sleeper. Good to finally meet you. She steps into the apartment, glancing around with sharp eyes. What, may I ask, are you doing here? She fixes you with a steady, unwavering stare. Waiting for a friend? Of course, a mutual friend of ours. A good doctor. She walks past you into the apartment, glancing around. We set them up here, you know. This place is one of ours. She picks up a glass from the dispenser and inspects it. People always seem to forget who put them where they are. She glances at you. And I suppose you're here to help? Something like that. Good, good. She puts the glass down and turns to face you. I love to meet helpers. We need so many, but we can only find so few with the right skills. She spins the baton in her fingers by her side, her eyes not leaving yours. We have a problem, you and I. It seems our friend has disappeared, left without even saying goodbye. Which means they're in a little trouble now. But it's the kind of trouble that you need help for, so I thought I'd come down here and take a look at their little hidey hole, and here you are. The help. She looks through the debris on the side. And what help? A sleeper no less. Which I have to admit is a little surprising. It suggests to me that our friend hasn't been very honest with you either. She looks away. I know it won't be welcome news, but I'm sorry to report that before we got them set up here, Sabine was working for your owners. As an ARP. You blink hard at the news, unsure how to take it. Rabia looks away, waiting for a response. Rabia, loyal Yatagan lieutenant. She crosses into the next room and you follow silently. She sits at the terminal and touches her baton to one of the access ports. A spark. Then the terminal screen skips, encrypted folders emptying themselves before your eyes. In the flicker of files, you see SN Corp letterheads and code forms. Reports laden with medical data marked to the corporate logo like the sigil of some cult. Raba steps away from the terminal. Look all you want. Some of your files may even be there. The volume of documents is overwhelming, but they seem to be mostly reports on early emulation tests, surveys of sleeper candidates, reams and reams of usage data. If Sabine was an SM ARP employee, why did they help you? Ribia reaches over and places a vial of stabilizer on the desk, breaking your concentration. It shimmers in the screen light. It's viscous? It's viscous, clear liquid, crystalline within the glass. We will, of course, keep up the supply. We're more than able to dispense important medicines, even without the doctor. You hold it between your fingers, and for a tiny moment, you have the urge to crush the object, for the power it has over you. I'll ask Toshiro to make those a little cheaper for you. He'll be running the surgery now. Rabia closes up the briefcase, lab, and holds it at her side. We have to retrieve our assets, of course, but I'm sure you understand. Rabia turns on her way out. There's no reason for us to be enemies, Sleeper. Come see me. I keep an office nearby. We have good work to do, you and I. Meet me there in a few cycles. She slips out silently into the corridor. You look around the apartment. Feel the fear drain out of your body to reveal the tiredness beneath. Rabia's appointment. A constant flow of people seem to be visiting Rabia's office. You'll need to wait your turn. Okay, no new events. No need to use stabilizer just yet. Deliver spores. Rico needs spores to study the strangely resilient biosphere that is formed around the Greenway. How is this place thriving? Let's try out 4-die. Prove spores. Well, at least we can do this. Rico has asked for samples of spores from the deep grooves of the Greenway, but and with them she might better understand how this biosphere functions. Rico is grateful for your contribution. Sleeper, you warm my heart with each delivery, thank you. Sleeper. Rico greets you without so much as looking up from her work. I have some of yours here, come see. She beckons you over to the heavyweight looking console wired to a series of specimen jars, some of which contain your spores. Where'd you get this? This, would you believe, she smiles, was a Solheim console built to analyze the nutrient contents of the Greenway crop. Hyphia have been using these for decades now, although sometimes they need a little tender care. You look at the medicine, patched with whole offcuts, and the gaps which reveal a tangled nest of wiring. If you're honest, it looks like it has received a lot of care. The spores you have here are a real cocktail, a selection of types from within the grooves. but I've been able to isolate a few. She taps one of the specimen jars. Here we have Trichloma matsusake. Riko breezes through the Latin and Japanese pronunciations of it as if it were nothing. A species Solheim somewhat modified for use on the station. She brings up a panel on her console showing a chemical composition, all gradient bars and obtuse acronyms. This is the composition of the Solheim modified Matasuke spores. Am I supposed to understand that? Not entirely, no, but I think you'll understand this. Riko brings up another panel, identical in layout, but with wildly different colors and numbers. You see, this is what your Matsuke spores look like. They aren't the same? That's a conclusion, yes. Riko glances at the specimen jar as if it might have something to add. They are fundamentally the same spores, but they carry different chemicals, different signals. She leans back and sighs. Solheim may have introduced their own tweaked versions in the beginning, but the grooves have and still are affecting them. Affecting them how? It's hard to tell without samples of fully grown mushrooms. She meets your eye. And herein lies our problem. She moves to another desk where two trays sit side by side. The first contains nothing but plant mulch. The second you smell before you even look at it. The pungent aroma of the fruiting Matasuke like rotting sodden overalls, laced with the edge of spice. The Matasuke here have grown from Solheim stocks, pulled from a spore vault in the complex. She winks. They're delicious, by the way. She sets them aside. The empty tray is germinated with the spores you collected. No activity, no germination, nothing. But the grooves are full. Yes, they are. Riko looks at you directly, and you suddenly realize how much she is enjoying this. So here's our puzzle, Sleeper. Spores from the groves won't grow in the lab, but gathering fruiting bodies from the groves is too unpredictable. We need to grow a fruiting body from some of those spores so we can track it, understand it. In short, I need you to become a mushroom farmer. Actually, I already started. Riko looks impressed. Well, an eager microbiologist. I never would have guessed it. I assume you set yourself up in the aviary. I've been eyeing that place for its proximity to the groves. Bring me whatever grows, not just Matasuke. There's more than a couple of variants in there, so I'll need plenty of samples. She plucks a Matasuke cap from the tray. These little things are reflections of their conditions. Their smell, their taste, their chemistry. It all derives from the conditions of their growth. She smells the cap. Enough of these, and we'll have a picture of what is happening here, the ways in which this biosphere is modifying itself. Or being modified. Whichever the case may be. Riko pops the Matasuke cap into her mouth, taking by surprise. Don't worry, Sleeper, she says while softly chewing. If this turns out to be a dead end, I'll make sure that not a single mushroom will go to waste. Okay, it did count as a drive being completed. Engage. I'm learning to be more engaging. Galagon Dispensary. Oh, these are 80 now. And food. I need for this one. I need those for 2 different missions. I can't do the waste yet. Mushroom groves. I can only get groove spores from those. Energy. I can get cryo from this. And there's no drive connected to it. Rabia's office. No drive connected to the ord exchange. Something's gonna happen with that soon. Old dock terminal. Dock watcher. Getting to know the rotunda doesn't just mean new places to visit. It means keeping your eye on new arrivals too. That might be useful. Now I can engage a little more safely. I'm on the watch list! Heaven Age runs the rotunda and their security watches the docks. Better to avoid attracting their attention. That was the worst thing ever. I guess I should have tried for a sits. Oh, I did try to steal the dock plans. This kind of plan only works once unless you have a death wish. That's why I immediately failed. Got it. Huh? What's this? Hey you! Wanna earn a chit? Anika stands beside a huge pile of tied together huge plates. She stretches out her back, her shoulders bulging beneath her flight suit. Make it 2. Anika laughs. This goddamn station! She signs and pinches the bridge of her nose. Alright, come here then. She crosses the docking concourse as she begins to split the plating into 2 bundles. What is it with this place? She asks as she angrily lashes the mass of plates together. Everyone wants their cut! She straightens up in an imposing height, her armor plates creaking, and looks you up and down. Or is it just that you all think I'm an easy mark? We all need to survive. Anika softens. I get it, I do. She shakes her head. But if I could get just one cycle without some jumped up grifter trying to take me for an idiot, then that would be nice. Anika hoists 1 bundle of plating onto her shoulder. Come on then, enough chat. You gotta earn those chits. You struggle to shoulder the plates, but you do eventually. Anika gives you a look. Ships this way? She sets off down a gangtree at an impressive speed. As you catch up to her, she turns down a passage, pushing through a small crowd of Stevendors. Why are you doing all this? You mean, why aren't I hiring those good folk? She nods back at the Stevendors. I've paid Havernage enough. They're currently rising me for mooring I can't vacate unless I either fix the Abengris or sell it off as scrap. Abengris? Is this your ship? You catch on fast. She gives you another of her looks. She rapidly turns another corner as you trail behind. She got cut up pretty bad on that last job, and I had to moor up here for a spell. But since then, it's only gotten worse. Someone got in and sliced the core from our ship mine, so now she's gone dark. She shifts the panels on her shoulder. The upshot is, then I'm short 1 ship mine, with a ton of repairs to do, and the rest of the crew signed off the moment they got wind I'd been stranded, so yeah, it's been a time. Anything I can do to help? I don't know, got a ship mine tucked away on that frame of yours? For a moment, you aren't sure if she's serious. Anika swings the plates from her back, almost knocking you over in the process. This is me. She hauls the second bundle off your shoulder. You're the first person I've met who might actually be considered helpful. She pauses, chewing her bottom lip. Look, you want to help? Come see me. I need a hand putting Amber back together, and you don't seem like the type to try anything stupid. She passes the bundles of plates through the ambergrease's outer lock and turns back. Just don't go spreading all this around. Anika throws you a couple of chits. She gives you a parting nod and ducks through the doorway. Alright, get out of here, she calls back, and the lock slams shut. New drive. Funny that she was asking about a ship mind. I just need one more Havernage thingy. So I don't have one on me, but I'm extremely close to having one. Let's get a one. No ones. Not even one. Oh, there was one that needed a 6, right? Yep. There we go. And oh, I didn't get attacked. Ah, Arabia. I will talk to Fang first, though. As you walk into the timbre, you quickly spot Fang arguing with Jenna. You come up behind Fang, and he turns and notices you. Jenna stops, mid-triade, and you arrive. She turns to you. You again. You here to vouch for this layabout? I am. Well. What are you two up to? Fang winks at you and interjects. It's like I told you, Jenna, I'm helping them out. Getting them settled, sorting their life out. They're a sleeper, you know what that means. Jenna softens. She looks a little embarrassed. Of course I know. She stops to think. Look, Fang, I get it. If you want to keep this job, you're gonna have to be a bit more reliable. Not solemnly. Won't happen again, Jenna, I promise. Between the two of you. Okay then, she turns to you. Me to... Just be cool, alright? She turns and walks back to the bar. Well, didn't know you'd stand up for me, sleeper. Fang claps you on the back. I appreciate the solidarity. He takes out his slate, pulsing with pale light. Now let's take a look at what you're really here for. The slate is a whirling mess of code streams coming directly from ripple worms as they dig through the agent's data and spin it into threads for the slate to pick up. Anything good? Fang scrolls the display with a finger. A lot of junk. A lot of dull as hell message threads, a lot of tedious data caches, but... Fang eyes flash. Definitely some good stuff. He stops the screen scrolling on an entry and expands it. Check this out. Fang shows you the screen. You see a bold corporate logo, not Solheim's, and a word below. Conway. Fang says. He's working with Conway. Conway Extractions, right? Fang nods. He's been speaking with them personally. Got a whole chain of messages here, but it's mostly encrypted or redacted. He rubs his head. Damn it, this is juicy, but we can't nail him with it. He scrolls some more. Wait. What's this? A wasteland reclamation facility. Right here on the eye. He glances at you. What's the bet this place is tucked into the waste? The waste? It's a section of the eye Erlen couldn't reclaim. Way too damaged, too cut off. Back before the collapse, people would have got there by going down the connecting spoke from the hub. But that spoke's broken now. So the only way is a long way, around the rim, past the greenway. He shows you on the slate. Fang looks away thinking. Conway had been making moves on this system since the collapse. I heard they took one over on Salheim's old belt colonies a while back ago. Moved everyone out and reclaimed the whole rock. What's their angle? Hardin has to be offering them something. He looks back at the screen. But if Hardin is involved in it, we need to check it out. Simple as that. So what's next? Fang stares at the middle distance. We have to get to that facility. The answer to whatever Hardin has been prepping, even planning, has to be there. And we're gonna catch him in the act. Give me 5, maybe 6 cycles, and I'll see you on the greenway. I seem to remember there's some old service docks on the outer shell, up by the Haifa building. Should be a good place to meet. Fang squeezes your shoulder. Thanks again, Sleeper, for sticking with us. I haven't forgotten about the tracker of yours either. But I'm gonna need to be back at my bay to pull a solution together. He turns the Slater around to face you, showing a massive scrolling code. I've been working for a fix of my brakes, he winks. Friend grins wildly. Now I've gotta go ask for some time off from Jenna. Wish me luck. He waves as he walks back to the bar, where Jenna is standing, a look of deep exhaustion in her eyes. Upgrade points! As you approach the address Ribia gave you, a heavy hand falls on your shoulder. What's your business here? The enforcer grips your shoulder, giving you a hint of the strength her implants give her. As you turn to see the same subsidiary eyes as Rabia and Toshiro, glinting like mirrors on her cheeks. Gia, please, the Sleeper is here by my invitation. At Ribia's command, the hand immediately loosens and an apologetic look replaces the scowl on Gia's face. Of course, Rabia, I'm sorry. Rabia waves her away. Don't you worry, I appreciate your protective instincts. She smiles at the enforcer. How about you head to the timber? They have a delivery coming in, they'll need some help with the lifting. Gia nods and walks away. So, Sleeper, you came, I'm glad. It didn't feel like an offer. I'm sorry for that. She smiles a tight smile. You have to understand, finding you there in Sabine's unit, I wasn't sure where you stood. There are more than a few people on this station who would rather I was dead. I have to be sure you weren't one of them. I wish you no harm. I'm glad. Rabia begins walking and gesturing for you to walk with her. She takes you down the staircase into the bustling walkways of the low end. What do you know about Yadigan? You run the low end? That sounds impressive. We run out of low end, yes, but we don't run it. People with carts push past, moving crates of supplies around the thin and winding passages. Our reputation is one that implies threat. Is that fair to say? We are framed as aggressors, parasites, criminals. She gestures around at the people in the passageway. But when was the last time you saw a lawmaker on the eye? A policeman? Who makes the laws here? No one? This is true. The eye is lawless. So it is up to us all to make it work for us. But I don't imagine you think that is a good thing. If you had spent your time in the low end, maybe your opinions of us would be different. This is our place, our people. The low end was empty in Eldrin's time. They didn't need to house thousands, and keeping the yards and the rotunda safe was work enough. No, the low end was reclaimed later, when the refugees started arriving. Rabia meets your eye. The collapse didn't just happen here, on this station. When Solheim collapsed, the entire system felt it. Colonies were abandoned. The moons of Ember and Cinder suddenly gained independence overnight. Some took advantage, some tried to hold it together, some fled. The Eye became a refuge, and Erlen, to his credit, extended an open hand to everyone. But many within his organization disagreed, and those new arrivals weren't as simple to corral as they had hoped. Rabia leads you through a small market hall, busy with small stalls and traders. Erlen's union was made up of workers, administrators, and people who were malleable and already organized into hierarchies and networks. The refugees came from different factions and families and were scared, injured, and desperate. Conflict was inevitable. Yatagan is a child of that conflict, a child born out of the need for us to stand up and claim our future, to provide security, strength, people, to provide security, strength, to provide security. Yatagan is a child of that, born out of the need for us to stand up and claim our future, strength. People call us again. I take my position as lieutenant seriously. I work to earn it. Rabia catches herself before she raises her voice any further, and you both walk in silence for a while, among the smells and textures of the low end. You start to wonder if this place could be a home for you too. Where do I come into all this? Rabia smiles to herself, and thinks for a moment before she responds. I believe you understand the importance of a refuge, so I also believe that you wish to help keep this place safe. She exhales quietly. For this reason, I would like you to trust me. I do not know what Sabine told you about us, but I imagine it was not good. I'll be honest with you, Sleeper. I was never comfortable with having Sabine as part of the Yatagan. An ex-corporate employee? It goes against our nature. But their deal was with Yannick. I kept my distance, made sure Sabine had their surgery, kept the supply, and that was all. But I cannot allow people to go back on the promises they have made to us. Yatagan does not last this long because it is a charity. We offer and we ask for support. Any betrayal will be treated as an attack. Who was Yannick? Yannick is one of the heads of Yatagan. They guide us. He is the newest to be elected. He is an elder. Sabine found something. Please, I don't want to hear the accusations. They only want to escape their debt. They would have said anything. But where are they now to stand behind their claims? I'll find them. As will we. You realize that Rabia has led you in a loop. Together, you both come back up the staircase to the walkway where you met. You're free to go, Sleeper. I've said what I wish to say. She looks up through the windows of the walkway. She looks out through the windows of the walkway. I will protect this place with my life as it is protecting me. I want to make that clear. She turns back. However, if you too wish to come under his protection, I can help you. Return here if you wish, and there will be tasks for you to complete. You will be able to see out again, to see the low end, with your own eyes, not as others frame us. As for Sabine, she pauses to consider her words. I will not ask you to betray them, but if they contact you again, consider their motivations carefully. With that, Rabia leaves, slipping back into her office, while you stare out at the countless units, each a home, each with a story that makes up the low end. Ethan's vendetta comes to haunt me tomorrow. Service dock. Waiting for Fang. Why is it always that you have to wait for Fang? When is he going to be the one waiting for you? Some days you just aren't feeling up to hacking. Mood. Hey, something I can finally use for my fucking, finally use my engineeringness for. Anika needs all the help she can get with the ambergris. Packed with damage, the hull is a good place to start. Overlook bar. I don't think I could have gone here before. Overlook regular. Overlook isn't exactly a restaurant. I mean, the only way you'll gain trust around here is with a drink. I don't mind tossing them back a little bit. I earned it. I earned it. Especially because that vendetta is going to come to haunt me tomorrow, and, you know, status quo might change. The glass shatters on the steel bar beside you, and the taunts don't take long to follow. Hey, Haunt! The spacer calls across the low room. What are you doing here? He laughs at his own lame joke. Playing human? Ignore him. You hunch a little further, staring at the hundreds of tiny impact points that scar the bar's surface. A hand falls on his shoulder, but as you a hand falls on your shoulder, but as you flinch away, it passes reassuringly. It passes away reassuringly. You freeze in place. Out! The voice comes from behind you, spat out like a shot. You turn to see bright eyes, dark hair, and a stare that can breach the wall and vent you all into the hard vacuum. As you turn back to the spacer, the second glass comes sailing through the air. Catch. You reach up the hand, the glass shatters across your forearm, showering you in fragments. Oof. Through the haze of glass, the Grillio vapor, you see Talo leap the bar and close the distance to the spacer. The thud as he slams into the wall echoes around the bar like thunder. Now, flanked by other figures quick to their feet, Tala throws the spacer out through the door and stands silhouetted against the rotunda lights. You touch your arm and it feels wet. Someone helps you to your feet and back into your stool. Broken glass rattles as it is cleared. A fresh measure of Grillio is glugged out in front of you. That same hand, warm, heavy, falls on your shoulder once more. He isn't coming back. We don't tolerate that kind of shit here. Tala flops into the stool beside you. Let's get a look at you. Tala wipes the powdered glass from around the wound, and someone places a bottle of alcohol in a metal tin with tweezers on the bar. She disinfects them and turns to you. That was an ambitious catch, she smiles, pulling a silver glass from your forearm. Stupid, but ambitious. You don't feel the pain, only the sting of status messages your body delivers concerning, dermal damage and exposed structures. You do feel the care, though, as Tala's bright eyes search your thick synthetic skin for splinters. Watch her. Tala works with the skill of someone who has had to pick glass splinters from the skin of a stranger before. She hones in on each bright shard, all the time tapping the tweezer tips in little rhythms that only she can follow. Tala smiles for herself. How long? Long enough. Hey, you don't need to act tough with me. Splinter clicks into the tin. Not everyone is like that idiot. We don't all hate you. She glances around. Some of the regulars, maybe they fear you. Maybe they're just curious. I don't know. But I do know that the Overlook is a safe place. I know what it's like to be new in this place. Trust me. She meets your eye. I'm not trying to convince you of anything or separate you from your chits. I just want you to know that if you need somewhere, you can always come here. I know the rations we've got aren't much, and the company is, she leans in, limited. But if you need work, I'll happily put you behind the bar. And if you need shelter, well, We can discuss that. You'll be safe. I usually have Francis on the door, but he's up in the Greenway this cycle. Haggling with our supplier, Francis tends to be particular about what we serve, even if the clientele isn't. She plays her tweezers in the tin down with a clink. That's you, sleeper. Here. She slides a glass of Grillio towards you. This'll help. She stops, her hand still on the glass. Wait, does this help? I mean, can you get drunk? Let's find out. Just don't sit here too long. I hate to see you become a real regular. She walks back around the bar, gathering the glasses as she does, and before long is retelling how she threw that spacer out to a new group that just wandered in, complete with dramatic actions. She gestures in your direction. You instinctively look away, back to the worn surface of the bar. You take a sip of the Grillio. The earthy fungal tones fills your senses, almost blocking out sight and sound, like diving headfirst into a bog. You may not be able to get drunk, but this connection to something grown, something fermented, something old, feels good. I can do a bar shift. I'll do a bar shift before bed. Good service. Last time since I'll save 35 seconds. I think this is a good place to stop. Got a good about 4 hours in. Don't know if that literally means if I put in another 4 hours I'll finish the game. I probably will finish it closer to 10 or 12, I'm assuming. But I do already know kind of what I'm doing, at least how certain paths are involved. I don't know how many endings this game has, but I know that based on the path I'm on right now, none of the endings that Thornbite got are endings I'm eligible for right now. Like, I don't even know the characters associated with them, actually. And that's very purposeful. I want to see what other ways I can go, especially since Thorn actually was much more just trying to build a life, whereas I'm trying to find answers. And so far, more answers were found for her than for me. And the easiest way to get some of those answers is already closed off to me, because I didn't get to see what specifically was up with that ship that we broke down. But considering my dealings with the Yatagan and, you know, black market medicine, weapon deals, and whatever else I'll be exposed to, as well as digging into the eye and finding more information about it that could end up giving me a backdoor into information about my past, I think I'm set up to find out some information. Not that I think that there's an ending that I really get to like corporately sabotage the company that made me exist. Though, and I think that I should make this clear if the game hasn't already. My purpose was to never be free. See, the thing is, the company that quote unquote made me essentially offers deals to people where it's like, hey, we'll give you money in exchange for working for us, but it's not in the typical way. It's just like, oh yeah, like a normal job. No, they copy your brain, emulate it, put it into a bio-robotical body, and it's like a copy of you, and they make it work. And once that body of yours has worked a certain amount of time, they wake you up. That's why they're called sleepers, because the person that they've been copied from has been put to sleep until they're done working, or at least a certain amount of time has passed. The thing is, because of like runaways, there's a possibility that the debt that is owed to the debt that would be owed, or whatever else that they would be doing, for my original body, they aren't willing to do anymore because the loaned out brain has not done its fair share of the deal. And that is an existential quandary of like, well, I'm not that person. Do I owe that person like me doing the servitude? But the thing is, once a sleeper finishes like the stuff they've been contracted to do, and once the sleeper copy has done all they need to do, and the sleeper would be awoken and like give him like money, freedom, or whatever, the copy gets decommissioned. I'm pretty sure. I'm almost completely sure. So it's like my options are death and death. And I think it works on the misconstruction of people assuming, well, it's just me. It's not doing anything bad. I'm just signing away like years of being like awake. Like I'm technically doing the work, but I'll never be aware of it. To me, it'll just be I take a nap, I wake up, maybe some years have passed, but I'm totally okay and secure. Got a bunch of money from working, and I wasn't even aware of it. And it was done by me. Or a copy of me. Is it humane? I mean, it's just a copy of me. It's just me, right? And that's why this game is so resonant with us, because of like the philosophy of like not the original, you know? Because systems kind of face that quandary a lot, especially because the expectation or the way people think about our existence, especially in the medical field and without a lot of input from actual systems, has historically been, oh, who was the first one there? They own the body. They have rights to the body. Anyone else that has any problems with it, they just need to be like quelled, disposed of, brought to the end of their story arc so that they can disappear. I mean, obviously there are headmates that exist because of trauma, and there are headmates that wish. But by and large, as far as we understand it and we know systems, even if there are some headmates that feel that system, generally all of them don't feel that way. Rather, I should say, regardless of their origins, they want to continue to exist and have individuality. Or even if they have desire to integrate, they can't help but exist somehow. Sometimes even when not being observed, not being asked for, not having any like stimulation, sometimes a headmate will just suddenly start fronting again after years that you thought they were dormant, or worse, disappeared or dead. The mind and the existence of consciousness within it is still a mystery in a lot of ways. And we do love how science fiction explores those really interesting ways of being, you know? And it actually reminds me of a show that we've been obsessed with lately called Severance, which is very similar, except it's not that they put you to sleep and make a copy of you work. They create a headmate within your body. So they give you a headmate, but the headmate is only aware of, like, is only out, only gets to, like, functionally exist when you're in the work building. But their memories are like completely separate, so you don't know like anything about your personal history if you're the work headmate, and you're supposed to work and work and work, and your cognitive functions or your cognitive experience is only existence while you're at work. So as soon as you get on the elevator, go home, the work you stops fronting and the home you starts fronting, and the home you is seen as the parent or the person with the autonomy. No matter what the work persona wants, the home persona is what gets to decide. Like literally, the work persona has to file a work request to quit to their other self, and if the other self doesn't want to quit, then they won't. but the work self and the work self and the home self can't communicate otherwise. There's a lot of stuff put in so that they can't. It's another way of getting slave labor from people, and framed in a way of like, this is good for you. You don't even have to worry about the work. You won't even be aware you're doing it. All you have to do is come in, and then as soon as you know it, you'll be walking out. Literally, as soon as you know what's happening, you'll already be walking out. It's very dystopian, and I guess will be one of the vector points we talk about this game with, because spoilers, we're doing a video about this partially because we got a key to cover this game from the developer. We have actually gotten keys to cover a number of games that we are still working on rolling out content for. And it's been kind of stressful. It's been kind of weird to be like, whoa, like, we're actually doing stuff for outlets. Or as an outlet. Do we count as an outlet? As individual, freelance, whatever. Like, we get to cover things. Of course, in the framework that was been presented to us of doing work for, it's in the form of a review. But as you know, we think reviews are kind of stuffy, and we're trying to figure out what we want to say about it in a video essay that would still function as a review, as you do. And I think that talking about severance and talking about systemhood and talking about like consciousness and stuff like that, and how it relates to autonomy, especially autonomy under a system like capitalism, will definitely be a major component of that. I don't know if I'm done with streaming for today, but I am done with this game for today. We're gonna go on a break, and if someone else wants to come back, they can. Otherwise, we might end stream. We have some other stuff to do today. But next week our schedule will start proper. So you'll see me playing Citizen Sleeper again on Wednesday. That's gonna be our main stream day. We'll basically be streaming Wednesdays and Sundays. As you know, Drizzle has been on Leaf streams streaming the Ace Attorney, one of the Ace Attorney games, Gray Ace Attorney or whatever. She's gonna continue doing that. Those are gonna be on Wednesday nights, and on Wednesday afternoons, me and Dusk will be playing some games. And I'll be continuing my Citizen Sleeper run. I believe Dusk will be continuing his run of I Am Setsuna? I believe that's the game, I Am Setsuna. Setsuna. Sundays are gonna kind of be a free roll. It really just depends on who's fronting and what we feel like doing. So that's gonna be kind of a random day and not as structured. That does mean that we're not doing 12-hour stream days anymore. At least not for the time being. We basically restructure our schedule to focus more on non-live content, because we've really been slipping on that, and it's been hard to focus. And we've gotten really dysfunctional with our work habits. Although hopefully that will be changing soon. We still don't have access to like focus medication that we would like to be on, because we can't afford a diagnosis of like ADHD right now. But we literally just today started taking a vitamin supplement that has been getting popular because of the shortage of Adderall. So in the next 3 months, we'll know if it's effective based on how much work we put out, I suppose. Which I hate that as a measure of things, but it's the only thing we really got to go on. We'll talk about it more in another stream, because we did do research, and it is like kind of scary to like be going to like alternative medicines and stuff to deal with our issues. But when you're poor and disabled in a lot of ways, and it's hard to even get some of the things that are supposed to be free out of the system because of how it functions and how it's supposed to work, you know, you get desperate. But that all being said, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. But yeah, I'm gonna go away for now, and A Fluff will come back to either say goodbye or say hello.